Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, brothers and sisters. We've got Mass Effect tonight, and I'm really looking forward to doing this. I'm sorry for starting later than I wanted. I actually had a little bit of a, I don't know, I don't want to call it a crisis, but I definitely had a little bit of a dilemma. Excuse me. Picking a game to stream tonight because there have been some releases lately. I helped kickstart a couple of games which were released this week. Probably the biggest splash was Sunless Skies. Now the big thing is that I played a little bit of Sunless Sea on stream, but I can't really say that I did it in any depth, and I'd really like to return to that game, especially because obviously so many people have come to like Cultist Simulator, myself included, and I've really only scratched the surface of that game. So in that sense, oh, incidentally, I'm gonna just while I'm sort of warming up and letting everybody file in for the night. Oh, looks like we're actually straight to the crashing ship then. Okay, so much for some some preliminary material. I mean, I guess I can jump somewhere else. Galva 850, how you doing? Good to see you as always. I'm actually getting quite used to and very happy to see you each time that you come here. So there's a side of me that kind of wants to say, you know, we'll do the Firewalker mission. Yeah, we don't actually have that many systems we haven't completely explored yet. You know what? I'm going to be a bit of a jerk. I'm going to go to one of the Firewalker missions first. And then we'll head back to save the crashing ship, just because it gives me a chance to do a little bit of talking. So, but yeah, so I sort of thought, as interested as I am in Sunless Skies, and I'm glad they sort of got through the troubles to be able to release it at least. Perhaps not, you know, not as well as one might have hoped, but, you know, that's maybe a story for another time and not mine to say. It's what I'm sort of interested in, so that's sort of an obvious new release which would be worth exploring. And then there's a game that was released today, which I suspect probably won't be on your radar, although I did broadcast it way back when it had a Kickstarter. And this is a game called Spinortality. It's by a gentleman named, I believe I don't want to say James Patterson, I believe that's a billionaire in Canada, but James Patson, I believe? You're getting pretty hooked on a game that came out today, Wargroove. I actually got a discount for that for owning Starbound, so I'm pretty interested in trying that as well. I haven't seen Himiko though. Could you tell me what that is? But yeah, so amid the you know, the big Chucklefish release of Wargroove, there's Spinortality. You know, let me just double check the proper pronunciation of his name. That's pretty crappy of me not to take the time. So. James Patterson's the author. Spinortality, come on. Oh, James Patton. It's an exalted name. Anyways. I got a rather nice email from him today, and obviously so one of the reasons why I became aware of this game is that Weather Factory does sort of have a mentorship program for either aspiring game developers or people who are working on something. They offer what advice and expertise they can, and Spinortality is one of the games that that came out of that program. It definitely interested me. I will confess, some of the updates made me think it was going in a direction a little bit different from what originally interested me. So one of the things that I think is going to be interesting is to see whether or not so this is one of the first time, like, there are definitely some Kickstarters where I've completely disengaged, and I'm like, either this thing is going to be terrible, or it's never going to get made, or maybe I'll enjoy it, but I'm definitely not liking the ride. And I didn't feel it that way. It was just one of these ones where it's like, this seems to be a bit different from what I originally signed up for. And I think this is partially just because of my own expectations. I don't actually think that Kickstarter did anything wrong. But I'm going to be really interested in it because obviously every game I want is to be good. And it seems from what I've seen, the people that have mentioned the game, like, who've played it, seem to be really interested in it and really enjoy it. But I don't actually know what to make of it. I'm actually going to be really excited to kind of go in and look at it with new eyes. So I need to be kind of careful because obviously this thing just got released. I don't want to give the impression that I'm not interested in it, but I was really thinking about playing the game tonight because I really don't know what to expect now. I think the fundamentals of the game are still going to be there, but it's just one of these ones where it's like, I wonder what they've been doing. I sort of avoided the beta was originally a sort of like a thing for a certain tier of backer. So I sort of resigned myself to not seeing the early beta, and I tried to put it on my Mac, and it didn't seem to work too well at the time. So I opted out because I'm already struggling to get my Cultist Simulator things in. But yeah, so I was really debating on doing the game tonight, but I think one of the things is that I would like a chance to get acquainted with the game first, I think. And it's sometimes nice to give like the raw immediate impressions or something like that, but especially because it's going to be a game that's trying to get its get some attention to it. I sort of feel like if I go in and I have maybe a lack of enthusiasm or confusion because I'm expecting the game to be one thing and it turns out to be another, I'm not entirely sure that's fun for people to watch. I'm not sure that's very fair to the game. So in this particular case, I think I'm going to reacquaint myself with the title, make sure that I can play it properly and get all those sorts of things sorted out. And then before I get too deep into the game, I'll spin up OBS and be able to talk about it in a more, I don't know, I think a little more fair-minded, and maybe better phrase would be more open-minded state. Or of course I could be, worrying about absolutely nothing, and it will be a game that I absolutely love. I mean, obviously I backed it for a reason, so, but it's one of these ones where it's actually probably not a bad thing for me to bring up. Let me see. Yeah, it is that cyberpunk management sim. And again, I hope I'm not turning people off by the thing that I'm saying. I actually kind of want to address one of the impulses of streaming that I think is really important to sometimes suppress. But let me just take a quick second here and let me catch up. Thank you for that link, by the way. I'm going to just take a second and open that in another window so I can check that out later. The one that I'm talking about, not Mass Effect 2. Yeah, it's one of those games with one dev the whole time, pretty much. Guessing, still talking. Yeah, Spinortality is the game I'm talking about. But yeah, so again, I don't want to give the impression that I have low expectations for the game or that I don't think it's very good. I'm actually happy that I backed it, and I'm quite excited to give it a try. But there is Spinortality. Galva 850 has it right. It's a independent game that was put on Kickstarter some time back that I backed, and I haven't seen since. So I'm very curious about what it's going to be. But this is an impulse that I don't get as much of a chance to talk about. And it's appropriate that it's Mass Effect that I'm talking about it for, because the first Mass Effect I actually sort of failed in this. And it's a simple idea that, especially, you can think of this as being on Twitter or, sometimes in person. Some people who've met me in person are maybe a little surprised at how willingly I will jump into a confrontation in some cases. My most recent Epic article was an example of that. But there is always that tendency, when somebody's wrong on the internet or whatever, to give an immediate sort of knee-jerk response, or, to have your sick burn or whatever. Basically say the first thing that comes into your head. And it is a very good trait to not do that. As clever as that thing might be, as much as you're going to own the guy saying that, there is very rarely a lot of benefit for, shooting from the hip like that. And often, maybe not often, but there's a pretty big risk that comes with it if you don't if you aren't careful about it. Because it might turn out like the best example that I can think about is Mass Effect, where because I wanted to sort of get to the end of the game, I always thought the side missions were uninteresting, and I complained about them a lot, and I just sort of generally talked about the things that I weren't working for me. And they're not perfect by any means. But I was then sort of reflecting on it, and I kind of talked about this on Twitter. I'm like, I probably enjoyed the later parts of the game more because of the skills and things that I developed over the course of these side missions. Like, if I wasn't streaming, would I have thought the same things that I thought about them? And it sort of occurred to me that a lot of my complaining was largely a function of having to say something on stream and feeling like I wasn't making progress as quickly or as interestingly as I might have. So that was a case where I sort of let myself down, where I think I gave an impression of the game that was unfair to the game, and probably ignored a rather important part about the game and something that I actually think allowed me to enjoy it. But enjoy it in a way that, like, it basically did not advertise its contribution to my enjoyment, and I instead associated my enjoyment purely to the thing that that I was experiencing at the moment, i.e. the story. So generally I try not to do this. Like, I especially when I'm doing Hello, the Eyes of Sin. Normally when I do games, especially when it's sort of a press key, I'm very conscious of the fact, and you guys who've been around will know that I sort of talk about, essentially, if I have anything that could be perceived as an interest. This is something that I need to do at work as well. Like, I tend to err on the side of over-disclosure rather than under, because I think most people can forgive. Like, the one thing is that you never want to say it's like, oh yeah, I got this key from, Square Enix. Look at me, how important I am. I do sometimes feel like a bit of a jackass when I do that. But I'd prefer to feel like a jackass in that sense than say it's like, oh yeah, all of you should completely buy this thing. Oh, and by the way, I got a free game from the publisher. Now, as I often say, I think my opinions are worth more than whatever it costs to buy a new game. Like, if I were to get a press key for Wargroove, it's likely I would enjoy Wargroove because I happen to like that sort of game, not, ooh, I just saved $20, I'll sell out for that. Hello, Shep. But yeah, like, it's just one of these ones where I even said this on the blog. Like, obviously I think saying who's given me keys, or things that I've backed, or any of these other details, it's probably worthwhile to just be upfront about that. Let you decide if that is going to, if that's going to be material for my, my recommendation or what have you. And carry on from that. So, but I've really gotten off the deep end. But yeah, so one of the things that I try to do, I don't really do like universally negative reviews of games. There's one game which I was given a key for and did not broadcast because I did not enjoy it at all. And if I could return the key, I would gladly do so. Sorry, let me get back on track. Now, I also don't make it a secret when a game didn't work for me. So I think there's a really good example here. For sure, it was No Man's Sky at launch. See, I never played No Man's Sky at launch. By the way, Eyes of Sin, please do not stray too far from the keys, because I actually have a question for you when I'm done monologuing. But yeah, where I wanted to go with all of this is that I think there's a really great example. I think it was called... wait, I gotta find this. I think it was Lane? I have too many games now. Yeah, Slain. Oh, lovely. What kind of pizza did you get, Eyes of Sin? But yeah, so there was this game called Slain, and I asked for a key. I was really excited to get it. Actually, it has a really nice sort of pixel art style. And it came out. There were actually some things that I thought were okay about it, but the controls were very non-responsive, and it was definitely very rough around the edges. And I think this was a really good example of a game that had a lot of promise because of its visual style, and like the audience just demolished it in reviews when it first came out. Now, this game has a subtitle now, Back from Hell, which I have a feeling is probably a description of the developer's journey, because they put a lot of effort into improving the game, and it's actually not that bad. But this is an example of one where it's, you know, it's clearly not as good as I was hoping that it would be. And I don't like the idea, you know, coming back to this idea, I do not like the idea of giving a first impression, you know, oh my god, this sucks, what were the developers thinking? I think that type of broadcast is really easy to do. I think there's a lot of it, and I think a lot of it tends to be very unfair to the games. There can be some games which don't really match my particular tastes, but I sort of recognize are good games. So, for instance, I really tried with Conan Exiles, and I really tried with Ark, and up to this point I've not been able to get into them, and yet survival crafting is clearly a very popular genre. So, you know, in the case of Rust, I'm not going to say that Rust is a bad game. I suspect Rust has probably found its audience because it seems to still be doing quite well for itself, but it's definitely not my sort of thing. Lumpy Space, thank you very much for that host. How are you doing? Oh, I did not know that. That's interesting. But yeah, so it's one of these ones where I try to talk about things that worked for me. I try to be honest about the things that didn't work for me, but more so in the context of I didn't like it when ... I felt this way when ... And I think that's a little bit more fair, and more importantly, I like to sort of talk about the sort of person who I think might prefer a certain type of game. And I also tend to avoid games that I don't think I'll enjoy. So like, I'm not going to play something like, you know, Honey Pop or Honeycam Studio, which isn't even allowed on Twitch anyway. But like, I actually, you know, Honey Pop is whatever, but Honeycam Studio is a game I was actually really annoyed by its existence for. I actually probably shouldn't be talking about it because it's, you know, there's no I can talk about things that I enjoy. But yeah, so with that in mind, like, it's why I'm sometimes a little careful. And, I've sometimes decided that my immediate first impressions of a given game are not always necessarily the best ones, because there have been plenty of games where, I've sat down, I didn't think I liked something at first, but I gave it another try, and I really enjoyed. So, that's why I'm doing Mass Effect 2. Yeah, well, I never played it, but Honeycam Studio was definitely not my. I'm not big on that. The YouTube videos that have those kinds of reviews require 5 minutes intro full of flashy memes and silly music. Yeah, that's definitely not my style. Anyways, Latesh, translated from Solarian dialect as "It's still winter," has an almost habitable temperature and abundant water, but shows no signs of life. Regular supervolcanic eruptions in the southern hemisphere have shrouded the sun and led to a climate even more bone-chilling than usual. Orbital distance 2.2 AU, orbital period 5.2 Earth years, radius 5,500 kilometers, day length 35.7 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure 1.3 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature minus 35 Celsius, mean minus 53 Celsius with shroud, and surface gravity of 0.7 Gs. Oh! I did not realize that I needed to find the mission.
Probe away. Something on our sensors.
Planetary scans detect signals from sensor pods left on the planet's surface. These pods may contain valuable data, warning surface temperatures are extremely low, advise keeping hammerhead exposure to the cold to an absolute minimum. Sure, we'll give it a shot. But yeah, so so with that in mind, like, actually, the best example I can take from this would be Sunless Sea. I quite enjoy Sunless Sea now, and obviously, I know in at least as close as someone can know on the internet, the creative director behind it. But when I first played Sunless Sea, like, it didn't work for me, and for the reasons that everybody else knows. It's kind of slow at the beginning. You die a lot, so you repeat the content a lot, and it.
Warning: prolonged exposure to extreme temperatures may degrade engine performance. Mission objectives located.
I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with this.
Caution, engine temperature falling.
Thank you very much, Captain Shield. But yeah, so I sort of take that example of Sunless Sea and realizing that sometimes you don't need to play every last game sort of in the moment. I'm gonna start this again. And so in the case of Spinortality, it was sort of one where I'm sort of like, okay, I've got 3 hours to learn this thing. I had one set of expectations, which I know I sort of need to divest myself of. And I thought, in one sense, I really want to try and show that game off at a time when, people are going to be making a purchasing decision at the point where, where it might allow them to get a little bit more exposure. But I also thought that I probably wouldn't necessarily help anybody make that decision tonight under time constraints. So if you're interested in the game, I definitely recommend checking it out. I think if you do a search for Spinortality, I believe if you do a search for Spinortality on Steam or itch for that matter, you should be able to find it and see if that seems like your kind of thing. Okay, sorry, I'm just going to do a quick search online for this. I'm just trying to find what button to scan. Okay, space is not it. Shift is not it. It's the right mouse button.
Atmospheric data
Perfect.
acquired. Engine temperature stabilizing.
Let me just close this out. Okay, Isaacin, if you are still around, I have a question for you. This is not at all related to... Oh yeah, sorry. So after all of that, I'm going to try and do Spinortality on the weekend if I can. Don't be surprised if I don't have the time for it, though. I'm definitely going to do that game soon, and I'm actually quite hopeful for it. So, now, Eyes of Sin. Question for you. Have you seen the movie The Terminator?
Caution, engine temperature falling. Extraction complete.
When you were very young.
Engine temperature
Okay.
falling.
Did you see Terminator 2?
Extraction complete. Caution, engine temperature falling.
Okay. Because there's 2 movie nights I want to do now. There's one with like you and Johnny for Whiplash. Although I know you've seen Whiplash,
Extraction complete.
but Johnny hasn't. And then the next one is oops. The next one would be to show you the Terminator, because I think both Johnny and I agree that it's like an amazing movie. Yeah, and Galva's got it absolutely right. Like, I was listening to the title music again, and it's like it's probably one of my top 5 opening credit sequences for a movie. Okay, actually, here's a better question. For those of you who in the channel has not seen The Terminator?
Caution, engine temperature falling. Warning, engine temperature below recommended parameters. Extraction complete. Caution, engine temperature falling.
You can do it, little buddy.
Warning, engine temperature below recommended parameters. Extraction
You haven't.
Done.
I strongly recommend it, Captain Shield. Beyond the hairstyles being unmistakably 80s, in my opinion, that movie still holds up. So, question for you, Isaacin. Would you be willing to watch Whiplash again if it meant showing it to Johnny for the first time? By the way, had anybody heard of Spinortality before I was mentioning it? It's so the demo I played of it was quite engaging. So I'm really interested in seeing how they expand the thing out. All right, that was just the warm-up. I chose a terrible system for a warm-up, of course. Oh, hang on.
Only half our fuel remains. Probe launched.
The second one is also a very good movie. Captain Shield is a very different one. Like, I would argue, to a certain extent, the difference between
Probe away.
the Terminator and Terminator 2 is almost as stark as Alien and Aliens. I think Alien and Aliens are two very good films. And I think they're two very different films. Like, Aliens is basically like, you know, Starship Troopers without the name Starship Troopers. But yeah, whereas, like, I think Terminator is definitely a little bit more, I don't want to call it an understated but like it definitely has a very different tone from Terminator 2. Like, Terminator 2 definitely feels like the template for just about every major action movie to follow it. And it's still great, but it's just a very different movie from the first one, in my opinion. And I'm doing quite all right. Again, I had a little bit of a moment of crisis in trying to decide if I would do Spinortality or Mass Effect 2 tonight, but I figured I'd do Mass Effect 2 first, so that I could kind of call it. Ideally, if I can, I'd actually like to wrap, maybe not wrap up the game tonight, but definitely get a good handle on sort of the end game. And then if we need to do, you know, if we need another week for it, fair enough, but is that the only scene anybody ever remembers from Starship Troopers? MSV Broken Arrow anomaly detected. Scans detect a rapidly decaying derelict ship in orbit around Jonas. Registration matches the MSV Broken Arrow. Ship's manifest notes volatile munitions cargo on board. If left undisturbed, the ship's trajectory will lead to an impact with Jonas. High probability that the crash site will be Fargon, Jonas's largest human colony. Geth signatures detected aboard the MSV Broken Arrow. By the way, I'm talking so much about Spinortality, but let me actually get you the link for it. Actually, you know what? The best thing I can do here, I can be platform neutral. There is the website, www.spinortality.com. And that's going to be something that I stream. I probably won't do it on a Cultist Simulator night, but that's definitely something I'm going to be streaming soon. And if you guys are interested in seeing it, let me know, and I will push it as far up on the queue as I can. Also, Anthem's coming out soon. Don't know how much I'll stream that one, but I'm really looking forward to doing that. And there's a lot of good stuff coming out. I should probably do the Metro games because everybody's mad about Exodus.
Warning. Collision with the planet's surface is imminent. I am transmitting a countdown to advise you of the time
Brutal.
remaining until impact.
Cover-based shooter, my eye. Navigation status, offline. Life support status, systems damage, hull breach detected, local atmosphere venting to space. Failing. Engine status, engines disabled. To restore power, re-engage the power couplings. Warning, atmospheric entry detected. Impact with planetary surface imminent. Oh! We need to hustle. Fortunately, all the doors I shouldn't go through are closed. Sacre bleu! I'm gonna get... Gotta get the loot. You're kidding me. Yeah, we have to hustle, but looting is the prime directive in the Mass Effect universe. I screwed up, didn't I? Oh, nope, we're good. That's good work, boys. I'm sure the Geth will sort themselves out. We can go home. Stabilize the MSV Broken Arrow. Remaining Geth have disengaged. The colony is safe. 125 experience, 7,500 credits, 2,000 iridium, and a partridge in a pear tree. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been waiting a little bit to say this. We have a very special occasion today, February 1st. In addition to the fact that I'm going to be paying rent, it is the Eyes of Sin's birthday today. And she is... she's very... I mean, so the reason why I feel slightly, I don't know... self-conscious bringing it out is that she's very understated about her birthday. So she doesn't always... She definitely doesn't bring attention to herself about it. But I did want to mark the occasion because if she's not going to spoil herself, I will. And I wanted to take a minute to wish her in person a very happy birthday. And thank you for sharing the day with us on the channel. You can yell at me in private afterwards, but wanted to take a moment to mark the occasion and say thank you very much for hanging out and sharing your special day with us. By the way, I did try to buy her a cake, and she said no. So I believe that is what...
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
I believe that's what people in the business call friend zoning. To the Normandy, our thanks from Raphael Cologne, Governor of Fargon Colony, Jonas. Normandy crew, we retrieved your identity from docking data aboard the MSV Broken Arrow. We are led to believe that your crew is responsible for saving our colony from a catastrophic event. Not only did you defeat the Geth and prevent the ship from crashing into the planet in a trajectory that would have destroyed our colony, but you have also saved nearly 100 munitions crates that would have been lost in the ship's scuttling. Thanks to you, we are safe and can continue the Broken Arrow's work in arming the colonies on the fringe of Geth space. On behalf of the residents of Fargon Colony, you have our eternal gratitude. Atmospheric data received from Project Firewalker. Commander, a very capable team is analyzing the data you gathered from the Geth's research into the atmospheric change. We hope it may open up new avenues for terraforming procedures for future colonies. The tech used in the beacons also contains communication innovations that should help us develop better systems to reduce atmospheric noise. There is no evidence of Prothean activity on this planet. All right. Hey, OCS Inspector. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. What else is there to say? Oh, apparently I also did not look at the Kreiseroi system. Yeah, what if it was a free cake? If I made the cake, I believe that would be legally classified as poisoning.
Probe launched.
Secondhand cake. You know, it's a special birthday gift. I could maybe just speak really quietly into the microphone and say that the Eyes of Sin is a very lovely and kind and pretty, and I'm really looking forward to the chance to see her stream this weekend. And
Probe launched. Launching probe.
I like watching movies with her.
Launching probe. Probe away.
Cake voice? Is that what we're gonna name it now? The cake voice?
Probe launched.
By the way, what am I doing here? I don't know if Lumpy Space is still around. But I believe Lumpy Space is a streamer, and I am such a jerk for not pointing this out. I'm sorry, Lumpy Space. I don't know what got... I think it was because I was trying to say something about spinnertality when you came in, and I was sort of stumbling over myself. But that was obviously really nice of you to host me. I don't blame you if you never come back ever again. But I actually know Lumpy Space through Johnny Big Time's channel. I don't get a chance to see you stream that often, but I did see on the Twitch VODs that you were playing Mortal Kombat. Now, you never struck me as a regular fighting streamer, but this might just be due to ignorance on my part. Is that... Oh, come on. I was gonna say I definitely don't just shout anyone out, but obviously you're a pleasure to have in Johnny Big Time's stream. And this is actually maybe, so it's worth mentioning actually while I'm at it too. I will shout out the lovely the Eyes of Sin, because you'll get a chance to see her on the weekend. But yeah, so this is one of the big things. Like, you know, the Eyes of Sin does not regularly stream. Now, what's really funny is the first time I ever watched the Eyes of Sin stream, I was thinking to myself, it's like, oh, okay, she's, you know, doing her first stream. I'm going to come along and be supportive. And, like, from the very start of the stream, she has more than I ever have in this channel on its own. Like, it's ridiculous. But one of the reasons why I like sort of singing Sin's praises to you, you know, other than the fact that I kind of want her to like me. But no, one of the reasons why I like sort of shouting her out and recommending that people check out her stuff is that, you know, she does a lot of modding for other people. She's a pleasure to have inside of the channel, and I think sometimes there's something to be said for the personalities that come across either in chat or as part of the interaction, because in the end, you know, everyone may not necessarily be a born entertainer, but you are more likely to find something that you enjoy when you have someone who, at least as far as character goes, you know, they are pleasant to be around and, you know, they're engaging. You know, it's one of these ones. It's kind of easy to shout out your friends, but you know, it's also because you can sort of speak to their character and their interests. And obviously, not everyone's going to find things interesting. I mean, I know I'm definitely a very niche kind of a stream. But the best that I think anyone can ever really do is give other people an opportunity to find something that they might like. So we've got, we've got the Eyes of Sin, who obviously you know very well from my constant harassment in the channel, but I don't get a chance to sort of shout out Lumpy Space as often. And I do know Lumpy Space, like I said, through Johnny Big Time's channel. Very regular, actually probably more of a regular in Johnny's channel than I am, and graced us with a host tonight. So if you want, I should actually leave it, you know, I feel like I've been saying this a little bit more than I should. I should probably start watching a little bit more Twitch, but would you mind giving us the elevator pitch of your stream, Lumpy? Why should we watch you? If you don't mind. Maybe I should just shut up and not bring attention to you, but... I don't want the fact that the last thing that you played being Mortal Kombat 10, which, by the way, I'm interested in, but I can't seem like the controller on PC doesn't seem to be all that responsive. But yeah, I don't want the fact that the last thing he played was Mortal Kombat 10 to say, oh yeah, he's a big fighting streamer. I bet he's gonna do Street Fighter 5 next. R&B, you know, I would actually love to do a stream entirely over the Gunpoint soundtrack, reading film noir cliches. Oh, I know not all of you watch my stuff on Twitter. Would you guys like to hear some of the film trivia that I let people on Twitter know today? Or does anyone already know the film trivia? That might be a better way of asking that question.
Away.
Lumpy Space, LOL, it's fine. My stream is a bit of a work in progress, but you've been dabbling in a few games, Mortal Kombat lately because 11 is coming out soon, and it's just a game that you enjoy. Do you play it on PC or is it a console? 'Cause if you play on PC, then that just means that I suck at fighting games. Captain Shield wants the trivia. Okay, so let me pose it as a question to you all first. What is the name for the advertisements for other movies at the front of a movie? So you know when you go to watch a movie in the theater, and you know there's sort of previews of coming attractions. There's a name for those. What is that name? Oh, you play on Xbox. Okay.
Launching probe. Probe launched.
I seem to have given the chat a real puzzler. Yeah, exactly, Galva. It's a movie trailer. Now that's a bit of a weird name, if you think about it, right? Something that comes at the beginning of a movie being called a trailer. Generally a trailer, something that trails. It's something that comes at the end. So why do we call the advertisements at the beginning of a movie a trailer? And for that, we are going to learn a bit of film history. So I think a lot of people know, and if you've played Civilization, you've actually seen sort of a reenactment of this in the opening cinematic.
Probe launched.
There's the I think it was the Lumiere brothers that did this, train arriving at a station, and they basically put the camera onto the tracks. Correct, they did. So the you know, the anecdote that people usually hear about some of the first movies is train arriving at a station resulted in people inside the audience running for the exits as the train started moving toward them, because that was, you know, people hadn't seen something like that before. And at the beginning of the film industry, people were just so, you know, dazzled by this technology that they wouldn't leave the seats. They would be sitting there watching anything on the screen. It was that compelling. And so Galvo's absolutely correct to say that trailers appeared at the end of the movie. But one of the functions that movie trailers served was they were specifically designed to be as boring as possible. Because if you have, you know, one of the most popular entertainment forms in, you know, of its time, you know, let's just say that you made the then equivalent of Fortnite, but it just so happens that, you know, you actually have to be sitting somewhere. Well, you've got all these people who've already paid for their tickets, and they're taking up all the seats, and then the people who are actually bringing in new money, the people who have bought new tickets, can't find a seat because people are sitting down, you know, just staring at any motion picture that will be put in front of them. There we go. So the original trailers appeared at the end of the feature, and they were structured to be as boring as possible so that they would clear out the house and let the next batch of paying customers come through. And essentially, once the novelty wore off and they needed to attract people into the movies, they were put at the beginning. And obviously they were made to be more exciting because, of course, they actually wanted people to go and watch them. But the name stuck because they were the trailer at the end of the movie, even though they were moved to the front so that people would watch the advertising. The name stuck.
Launching probe. Probe launched.
Well, actually, I'll bring up my other stories. So, where are these? I just want to make sure that I got these in the right order. Okay, actually, the other one was about Terminator. So, other fun facts. So we were talking about Terminator a little bit earlier.
Probe away.
When I was a kid, I had frequent and recurring nightmares about... It's such a funny idea to think about. Like, hey guys, come watch our lame-ass movie. Yeah, well that's just it. Like, it's so unremarkable to think about a motion picture now. Can you imagine what people would think about a video game, like something like this? Because obviously this borrows very heavily from motion pictures, but to see these like artificial creatures in front of you with real emotion and real sound, that'd be very interesting. So as a kid, I had this frequent and recurring nightmare, and it like terrified me, of a computer that basically woke up and like was trying to harm me or kill me or something like that. And like to this day, I remember all of them in vivid detail. There's one in particular that I remember because on the screen of the computer there was this creature on it, and it scrolled up the creature. And I had never read like any apocalyptic literature, like stuff like the Book of Daniel or Revelations, but it had like parts of different animals. I swear it could have come straight out of that sort of stuff, which is always, I mean, obviously these are sort of images that have stuck with us for a long time. So I suppose if you're going to have dream imagery, you're gonna, you'll go with the classics. But the more I've thought about these nightmares, I'm like, wow, that's absolutely terrifying. I have no idea what made me think that. And of course, it's so funny because I could not get. I've always had a computer in the house, as a child. Throughout my life, even when I was out in Vancouver on my own, I had a computer. I've loved technology. I have not necessarily always been good with technology. I learned to program relatively late, all told. But that didn't mean, I could do like basic maintenance sort of stuff. The thing is, just I always kept using them for video games for the longest time, so I didn't. So maybe you were the one causing my nightmares, Galv. But yeah, so it's funny. Like there have been nightmares which have just sort of passed on, but all of the computer ones, like, I remember really well, and yet I have always been utterly fascinated by computers, and I've always engaged with them, even if it's just to play games. But when fast forward to, I don't even remember how old I was when I saw The Terminator, but like, there's this video store, like where I lived, there was this store which sort of, how you always hear about, like, there's these old Blockbusters that still survive somehow? It was kind of like that. Like, they had this huge array of VHS tapes, and we did have a VHS player, and I think you could get like 2 or 3 for 99 cents. So essentially I would get a week of movies to watch, and I would just like power through them. And eventually I got to The Terminator, and it's one of the most awesome movie experiences I had. Like, obviously it's on this small screen and that, but like, it is a rare event where you get to see your nightmares made into a big Hollywood movie. I loved that movie so much when I watched it. I still love that movie so much. I think it's so good. But yeah, that was a very unique experience. Hipster enclaves? I guess that's what it would count as. Yeah. Now, obviously, I've seen it on like a DVD since then. Clearly when I was watching movies on video, like I had no appreciation whatsoever that there was a difference between like widescreen and 4:3 and things like that. So like I got to see a lot of really good movies in a format that wasn't ideal for it. The cool thing was I actually did, even though I was relatively young, I did actually watch quite a few classics where widescreen wasn't a thing. So I didn't have as many good ones sort of chopped off as I could have, but yeah, no Betamax. Although I have actually seen real Betamax, because what's lesser known about Betamax is that while it did not succeed as a consumer format, the movie industry used it for a while. If you wanted like a high, or television would be the better thing. So like if you wanted to record high quality television, there was a good argument to actually like use beta and then downgrade to VHS. But yeah, it's not the sort of thing you'd like voluntarily.
Something on our sensors.
Surface scans show evidence of a shipwreck meeting Quarian design specifications. Identity of ship unknown. Number of life signs detected in vicinity uncertain. Local wildlife may interfere with accuracy of biological scan. But yeah, one of the things that I continue to love about The Terminator is the opening title sequence. I actually wish more movies would learn from that one, because there's just something really great I mean, so obviously that theme is unforgettable. But just, you know, when I finally got to watch the Terminator on the big screen, and there's just these like enormous letters slowly going by while the music sort of establishes the mood. Like, I think that is such a great way to open a movie.
Detecting a
And
single Quarian life sign in your location. Judging by the suit's erratic readings, the Quarian is badly injured. I am also detecting multiple native life signs near your landing site.
it feels like sometimes movies don't quite... You know, another good example would be Blade Runner with that opening crawl and stuff like that. But that'll lead me to another anecdote. And this is not exactly a regret, but it's an unfortunate fact about my film career. Most movies, or actually it's better to say television shows, but even older movies, the titles were made by a different different group. I can't really think of any other examples of synthwave that in a movie trailer that I could remember offhand. I'm sure there's other ones, but yeah. So especially if you think of like HBO title sequences and that, they're usually made by a specific group separate from the filmmakers. And even Hollywood movies, there were people who were movie title guys. So Saul Bass is probably one of the best examples of this. He did, I think he did the Doctor Strangelove titles. He did Spartacus for Kubrick. He did a bunch of Alfred Hitchcock's opening titles. And it's actually in my opinion, movie titles at least can be an art form on their own. In fact, if you want an idea of how influential Saul Bass is, if you look at Barry Sonnenfeld's movies, The Addams Family or Men in Black, they basically rip off his titles for Doctor Strangelove. You might as well copy from the best, in my opinion. But even stuff like, you can think of some of the older HBO TV series like Deadwood. Usually it's a separate group that will record them. And I mean, for a while too, it was a case where getting so there's an incentive for a TV show to pick a really good song for, for its opening music, so that, it's something that's attention getting. But it was also desired as a way that certain bands would be able to break in, before or maybe concurrently with things like, iPod commercials where, a song would all of a sudden become like a #1 hit because it appeared in an Apple commercial. You get things like the best example I can think of would be like The Sopranos, and like I never heard of Alabama 3, but somebody was listening to it. I'm like, oh, what is that? They're like, it's the main theme from The Sopranos. I'm like, I've never seen The Sopranos. I've only just started watching The Sopranos like 2 months ago. It's not exactly my thing, to be honest, but I'm trying to like educate myself on like TV shows and stuff that I didn't watch before. But yeah, like this whole thing of creating the opening title sequence for a movie or a TV show is actually something that is left to a group of specialists, and in my opinion is basically an art form on its own. Another example of actually a really unique title sequence would be, is it Enter the... It's Gaspar Noé. It's the guy who did Irreversible. Enter the Void? Just a second. This is almost certainly... Yeah. Enter the Void. Yeah, I actually haven't seen. I've only seen the opening titles from it, but yeah. So if you guys want to see some, so in my opinion, some of the cutting edge filmmaking that gets made, television commercials, music videos, less so music videos now, but television commercials, music videos, and movie titles, and actually particularly TV series titles, I think are some of the most like avant-garde. Like the nice thing about it is it's kind of like avant-garde filmmaking, but it has that commercial. It has like that commercial side to it, so it makes sure that it's not too navel-gazing. So it has to appeal to people, but it still needs to be state-of-the-art. I think that's the funny thing. Like, because they're trying to sell you stuff, that's actually what keeps it relatable while still being cutting edge. You should watch a TV show just to educate yourself about its history. That's true, Sean Bean. But hey, you go, Karen, as well. I don't know. Like, even though I don't work in movies anymore, I do like. I do sort of like appreciating where stuff came from. I like The Sopranos more than the last time I tried to watch it. But like the stuff that I like watching from that era, I think HBO's Rome is a spectacular show. I think that actually might have started a little bit later than The Sopranos. I can't remember. Again, like I'm coming to see all this stuff now, like after the fact. I've never even heard of the miniseries Residue, Galva. Do you mind giving me the elevator pitch? What else? I guess Oz was around the same time. I think sometimes Oz gets a little bit like, I don't know, it kind of gets up itself sometimes, but I think it hits a lot more than it misses. So I actually rather liked Oz. It's only The Sopranos that didn't quite hit for me, and I'm not quite sure why, because I actually rather like James Gandolfini. What's my favorite TV show? Rome is definitely a big one for me. So I don't always communicate. Sorry, I know the gameplay is a little bit on hold. I need to jump back into that really quick. And by the way, I'm glad to hear you're doing well, Sean B. I was going to ask myself, but it looks like Captain Shield beat me to it. You're fine. Nothing new to talk about. I'm just talking about movies, so I'll get through the logs in a second, but I'll try and answer this as well. I think one thing that I don't, I probably don't communicate enough. I actually really like funny stuff. I don't know if that's unexpected for me or not, but one series I like a lot is a British series called The Thick of It. If you have not seen this, by the way, there's a character in it called Malcolm Tucker, who's this absolutely volcanic profanity. And there's a movie version of it called In the Loop, which is basically about the lead up to the Second Iraq War. What else as far as TV shows are concerned? Started watching Generation Kill some time back. Now, I never really finished it, but it seemed interesting. But probably the thing that's like on the air right now that I really like, Billions. I think Billions is a really well done show, and I watched a bit of that with Eyes of Sin. So, Galva, I need to just take a second here and make sure I'm not losing your links, because I know you had a song for me. The theme for it follows. And you had... I'm not sure... that show you're talking about, Residue. IMDb says the government cover-up of causes behind a massive explosion in the futuristic UK metropolis spur photojournalist Jennifer Preston on the search for truth, and in the process blow open a paranormal phenomena haunting the city. Oh, that sounds interesting. Stars Natalia Tina, and therefore, I think before she was on Game of Thrones, or maybe same time. You don't know anything about it, but I believe you've heard of The Thick of It. The Thick of It, honestly, just do a search online for Malcolm Tucker, and you'll know if it's interesting to you. Anyways, Commerce Pilot's record. But yeah, so in terms of like contemporary TV shows that are broadcasting right now, probably Billions is the thing I'm most interested in. We managed to escape the Geth's notice thanks to some clever work in silencing Syniad's engines, but the strain on the old ship was too much. The best we can hope for is to find a friendly spot somewhere in the shell system. Our reports show that isn't extremely likely. We were nervous to be scouting this close to the Perseus Veil, and we were right to be. At this point, I'm afraid we might never see the fleet again. With everything the Syniad has been through, it seems an ignoble end. Isaacson, you're a huge fan of animation, but you're less familiar with traditional cinema. You adore the Ghibli films, loved Into the Spider-Verse. I actually really want to watch that movie after what you were mentioning. Animation, I think, sometimes can be... I think if you talk with film people, at least ones who are interested in, like, the craft of films as opposed to their specific... So, like, in the camera department, I could never find somebody who liked animation, but I think if you talk with somebody who's, like, interested in film itself as a means of expression, animation is probably one of the most interesting forms. You're keen on some of the older Disney and Disney-esque films from the 80s and 90s. As far as traditional film, really enjoyed The Crow. Alex Proyas is actually quite a good director. I think he got his start in music videos, speaking of that. But yeah, the original Crow is pretty solid. The landing was rough, but we managed to salvage the wreckage from the things that we need to survive. Unfortunately, Lieutenant Commander Gorlat didn't make it, leaving me, the senior officer, in charge. We've scouted the landscape and found the planet to be extremely hostile. We don't dare remove our environment suits here. We're hoping to be rescued before there's any danger of exposure. Missing survivors. I don't know who or what is taking them, but we've now lost more than half the crew who survived the crash. We hope to build a camp here to survive until the Adina found our beacon, but something is hunting us. I have to keep the crew together the best I can. We can send out a search party when the day comes. I will find my crew, and we will do whatever it takes to return to the Adina. Alright, really sorry it took so long on that, but as you can tell, I may not work in movies anymore, but I really do like talking about it. And I actually think that probably I should follow Sean Bean's advice and just give up on The Sopranos, but I'm doing my best to sort of appreciate where some of this stuff has come from. I think I've seen enough HBO from that era, though, to sort of know what's up.
Quarian life signs are stabilized. I recommend securing the area in preparation for shuttle extraction.
Surprise attack!
Surprise, just in time for Sin's birthday.
Please combat flow.
I've not seen Stranger Things yet, but I've heard very good things. A lot of people associate it with Black Mirror. I've only seen Black Mirror as a Channel 4 show, so I haven't seen the episodes that people say are like really good. And apparently Black Mirror has sort of gotten to a point where people are sort of parodying it, which I think is a bit of a shame. But I'm pretty sure I saw the first 2 or 3 seasons, and I really liked it. I suppose I can understand... Oh, come on.
We have to get out of here.
Bare minimum from that era, a little before that era, to at least have watched this. Oh, yes. A lot of people recommend The Wire. I think I saw the first season of it. And then somebody sent me a few clips of it. I'm slightly annoyed that I lost that. But love Dexter. I've never seen Dexter. I've heard very good things about it, but I've not had the pleasure.
Quarian life signs are stabilized. I recommend securing the area in preparation for shuttle extraction.
Surprise attack!
Really enjoy watching Stranger Things. However, you read this eye-opening article about how the story was a huge rip-off from some lesser-known person. There's a lot of stories like that in Hollywood. I think the really unfortunate thing about it is I sometimes feel I sometimes feel that the frivolous lawsuits tend to be ones that that actually do overshadow the legitimate complaints that people have. So there's a pretty famous story of like so I think James Cameron says that the Terminator started as a nightmare he had on a plane, but apparently the way Harlan Ellison tells it, that there was somebody there was like an interview that he gave where basically he said is like, yeah, I just ripped off a couple of Harlan Ellison stories. I'm obviously like a little pleased with himself in terms of like what he got away with, and now essentially it says, you know, acknowledging the contribution of the works of Harlan Ellison or something along those lines. I think there was a lawsuit over The Matrix, and I don't believe that one. I think that one was thrown out.
Coordinates received. Your DNA inbound for pickup. You've done us a great service. Expect to hear from the captain.
And then there was another one that I'd heard of. I can't remember exactly what it was. Oh yeah, I've done all the loyalty missions are done. We're actually going to go to the IFF after we finish the last Firewalker one. It just happened. There's only 2 more systems before I've explored the entire galaxy, so we're running through these. I haven't done any of the main quests tonight, though, so... 125 experience, 1 squad point, found and extracted a Quarian survivor, notified Edena of the Synod scout ship location, 7,500 Cerberus funding, 2,000 Palladium, and a partridge in a pear tree. And any news organization can release a story about how a frivolous lawsuit comes about and the people can stop caring about the legitimate ones for a half a year more. Exactly. I happen to know that, like, if you were to mail a production company your, like, awesome script, they would throw it away. At least this is, you know, this is the official story you hear. And it's because
received a new message at your private terminal.
they don't want to even allow for the possibility that somebody read your script on the chance that they have something like that in production. To give you an idea, so during that time when I was renting these videotapes, I saw an adaptation of Great Expectations, starring Ethan Hawke and I think Gwyneth Paltrow? I don't remember who the leading lady was, but in that movie, there is a scene where the leading man draws the woman nude. It is basically the same scene as in Titanic. And I'm like, wow, like when, so, you know, when I'm looking at this, like now I'm getting a little conscious about movies, right? So I'm like, when was this made? I'm like, did they do it before Titanic? And like, this is just an unacknowledged like movie that did this moment first? Or is this like we ripped off Titanic thing? So first of all, that movie is by 20th Century Fox, who also made Titanic. That movie was made at the same time as Titanic. The movie studio that made Titanic also made Great Expectations, 2 of their big releases, which have a pivotal scene in which the leading actor draws, you know, his romantic interest in the nude as like a major progression in the love story, and nobody bothered to tell the other side that they were doing the same thing. So that's like one of these ones where I think that it's actually like, I can completely believe when some people are like, yeah, I was trying to shop around this story and it totally got stolen. And I also can believe that people have not done, you know, that kind of copying in bad faith. You know, it's hard. Like you really want to be careful about attribution. Like that is the sort of stuff that can come back and bite you. Apparently, unless you're like at the really top end, and then apparently you can get away with anything. But Yeah. Isaacson says Gravity Falls was based off of Alex Hirsch and his sister's childhood visits to their grandfather's home in Oregon, which you really like. Kevin G. Isaacson showed me an episode. I was really enjoyable. Isaacson says somebody claimed that they tried to rip off their idea, but the characters are so heavily based off of real people in Mr. Hirsch's life, like his grandfather and his college friends of his and his own sister. And Ego Karen says, isn't stealing and getting inspired not how most storytelling world-based business works? Yeah, I mean, that's the tricky one. Like, you cannot copyright an idea. You can copyright a specific implementation of that idea. I covered some of this in it's an older blog now, but I actually dealt with the epic Fortnite dispute and about what sort of the past has been in terms of these kinds of claims. So, for instance, Peter Pan is a bit of a rarity in the sense that I believe it has a perpetual copyright. I believe it is one of these few works that will never go into the public domain. So you are completely allowed to tell a story about, a boy who never grows old and fights pirates, and there's a clock. Maybe you want to like change it around, so maybe the alligator didn't eat a clock, but maybe it ate some other thing to indicate it, a bell, let's say. And you can tell a story that is in large part very similar to Peter Pan. But as long as Peter Pan doesn't show up, you're generally okay. And that's, when it comes down to movies, it's a bit harder. Oh my God, that's three. Ego, that's incredibly nice of you. Thank you very much for giving the gift to Captain Shield there. And I think it's also worth acknowledging. I think Twitch has done this before. It's worth acknowledging that they are giving credit for past subscriptions. So thank you for the third gift that you've given to the stream. It means a lot. From Captain Yismail Vasadena. Commander Shepard, please accept my sincere appreciation for your efforts in locating the record of the Syniad. That ship has a storied history with both the migrant fleet and Cerberus, and we are pleased to know that her wreckage can be salvaged by my people. In finding and stabilizing Lieutenant Forzen, you have returned to the flotilla one of her newest and most honored heroes. Your efforts in furthering the Quarian search for a new homeworld will be remembered. All right. Back to stripping the planets bare. Read a lot, and judging by film adaptations and novels themselves, everything has a pattern. All story have the same template when plugged in unique elements. It's a thing you can't quite copy. Yeah, well, that's just it. Lumpy hits a really important part. So one of the things that I studied in undergrad, although I did wind up being a research assistant for this, was on intellectual property. Now, definitely we covered patents a lot more, but we need to think a little bit about why we have copyright.
Road launched.
And because that's not, historically even, copyright has not been the way that we've handled these things. Copyright essentially is this idea that we recognize the value of sort of these artistic works, particularly sort of works of the mind. And one of the things that's unique about the things that we can copyright is that they are what you might, an economic term that you take is that they're sort of a public good. The thing that's so interesting about like a story or a piece of music, especially nowadays for a piece of music, like it is easy to duplicate, it's easy to copy. Ego Karen, thank you very much. I have a feeling you probably did that gift a little bit earlier, and Streamlabs is just catching up now. Thank you for gifting it to Sean Bean, who I remember doing an XCOM character. We will be getting back to XCOM 2 before too long, by the way. All of your characters are still there. Don't worry. Somebody's clearly stolen Ego Karen's credit card and Twitch account and is apparently benefiting me for it. Thank you very much, Ego. It does mean a lot, especially being able to see some more people use those emotes and things like that. It's really cool to be able to, it's really cool to be able to see more people using those. So thank you very much. What was I saying though? Yeah, so, so essentially, like, in a perfect world, we don't need to worry about, having things like copyright. But the challenge is that because it's very easy to, to duplicate a story, it takes a lot of effort to tell a really good story or write down a really good book or something like that. It's actually very inexpensive to duplicate it. You have this problem where it's easy to reap the benefits from that good, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the person who is generating it receives it, which means that we may not get a socially optimal level of it. To give you maybe an example of how economists think of these kinds of problems. One very standard simplification that we have. Thank you, that's very gracious of you to say, Ego Karen. I'm personally very grateful for it because I get the money. Well, some of the money, obviously. Twitch takes their pound of flesh. So you usually start off with some of these things. You've got this one period game that you're playing. Everybody wakes up, does their thing, go to sleep, never wake up again. Now, in that particular scenario, the most sensible thing to do is to remove all copyrights, because the benefit to society, we already have the creative works made. Everybody in the world will be able to consume as much entertainment or knowledge or whatever it is that they want in that period. Will maximize the social benefit. The costs of producing it are already a sunk cost. You can say it sucks for the creators, but I mean they've already made the thing, right? There's no more effort that they're exercising in producing it. This would be socially optimal in terms of maximizing overall well-being. If you were to turn this into an actual policy, you would see a massive reduction in creative works. And the reason for this is that we do not live in a one-period world. We live in a dynamic game. We live in one where you make decisions today and they have consequences tomorrow. So if you were to remove the ability to realize, a benefit from your works, then we would kind of take as fixed all the stuff that we have today, and we could not really rely as much on additional works being made. And again, this is a shame because clearly these are some of the goods that we want to maximize as a society. They're enjoyable, but more importantly too, because you don't have to give up a lot of resources in order to transmit it. So my enjoyment of Moby Dick, if one of you go and read Moby Dick, it does not remove the contents of Moby Dick from my head. You know, it just, the enjoyment of that book will continue to grow the more people who read it. But, you know, the production of these things sort of matter. And if you're, you know, if it takes, you know, years to produce the manuscript and minutes to produce the book, then essentially the person who's going to benefit from Moby Dick is not Herman Melville. It's going to be whoever can produce the lowest cost copy of Moby Dick. So essentially, when economists are analyzing this problem, they've got sort of this, you know, these twin horns, which is that we've got this good where we could maximize well-being if we, you know, if we unleash it and let anyone who wants to pirate it basically get it. But we also recognize that because we value the production of works of the mind, we need to figure out a way of making sure that people are, are compensated for that effort. And it's led to the copyright system. Now, this is not necessarily the ideal solution, by the way. I'm glad to hear that, Ego Karen. I had a lot of fun playing that game with Johnny, and I think Eyes of Sin had some really nice things to say about it too. So, if you guys like the co-casts with Johnny, I'll see if he's available to do more in the future. But yeah, like, the thing is that, like, usually whenever I talk about this stuff, I tend to get a few people who are very anti-copyright and sort of talk about all the bad things. And there are some bad things in copyright. So, you know, the Mickey Mouse Copyright Act is both a description of the, you know, the proponent for that legislation, as well as the, you know, sort of the level of scrutiny that went into that, let's say. There's actually less evidence than you would think for the extension of copyright, you know, to like 90 years or something like that. There is actually an upper bound in terms of what, you know, what value is created or how many more creative works you get from, you know, from extending copyright lengths. Like, obviously, the purpose of copyright is to protect creators, not to protect profits. Obviously, creators are paid out of profits, but the idea here is not so much that, you know, somebody writing a work will be guaranteed money. It's that if there is money to be made from the creation of a work, it should be going to the person who created it. And this is, of course, the reason why we have expiry dates on these things. A similar idea with patents, right? We recognize that medicine is important. It's actually relatively inexpensive to make medicine once it's been created, like once it's been discovered. But that's why generic drugs are so inexpensive. But the process of discovering new drugs is, you know, extremely costly, and this is why we give patents. So for a period of time, a company will be able to realize the profits. Essentially, we are guaranteeing this market power, which we normally wouldn't give to a company. We legislate a monopoly, effectively. But we do so recognizing that we benefit from more medicine than would be created, you know, in a system where we didn't introduce that. Essentially, the existence of the one market imperfection in the form of sort of these, you know, the public good. We correct one by introducing another market imperfection in the form of these monopolies, but they're temporary ones. And so, viewed in that lens, the idea of sort of protecting specific implementations of an idea as opposed to the idea itself, you can see exactly why legislators and why economists want to do that. If you say, you know, you made first-person shooters, and so effectively all action games that take place in a 3D environment are now yours. Well, then you probably don't get, Mass Effect, because id Software would basically be taking a big payment for every single one of these. By the way, it's the arguments that say that X game would never be made if somebody had a copyright on it. That's not entirely true. They would just be reaping an absolutely massive and completely unjustified reward. Like, games are profitable enough where you can do some kind of revenue share. It's just that the major profits from these works would be realized by, whatever rights holder. And that's unjust. That's why we don't do stuff like that. But effectively, what copyright law attempts to do is it tries to make sure that the author is compensated. It's basically for their life plus some period past it. And I've always sort of wondered, I think there's two ways you can justify it, which is, number one, maybe people are like, well, it makes a legacy for their kids and things like that. I'm like, maybe. But I sort of think that the way that gets realized is you can sell the rights to somebody else. And so selling the rights has a present discounted value, and so I think the idea here is that you should be able to get a certain amount from, a publisher or whatever for selling those rights away. I don't know. There's a few different ways that you can think about that, but effectively the idea here is we're recognizing a less than ideal situation where we're actually restricting access to something which would make would improve everyone's happiness in the present period. Again, if we removed all copyrights today and you could just pirate, well, you wouldn't be pirating anymore, but if you could just download everything to your heart's content, we would all be better off for that day. And the reason we don't do that is because we also recognize that we would make it it would not be possible for creators to operate in that environment, and we would produce as a society fewer creative works than we normally would, or maybe what would be socially desirable is the better way of putting that. And so what we do is we recognize sort of a second best system in which we restrict access to something that really should be made more widely available to ensure that the person or people who made a work are able to see the benefit from it. Whether or not it's the best system, that's another question. I mean, obviously, the Renaissance, you have, banking profits effectively creating these legendary works of art. But I don't know, do you guys want the modern Medici decide, do you want Michael Bloomberg or Howard Schultz, deciding what art you can look at? Like, it's kind of lame. Those are the only examples I could think of billionaires.
Launching probe.
Yeah, that's a really interesting observation, Sean Bean. I never really thought of it that way, but I strongly believe that any life-saving medications, insulin, EpiPens, etc., should be available to those who need it, no paywall. You don't feel that it's fair to make somebody pay money to continue to live based on something that they can't control. So this is an important thing too, Isaacson. There is a question to be said. So, the idea of like a patent or something like that does not say who should bear the cost. So there's a very good argument for saying that the government should be, providing some basic level of life-saving medication. Obviously, I live in Canada, so I have that kind of a system or something like that. But obviously, at least under the structures that we have right now, it is worth mentioning that there are things like insulin where it was given away. That guy, I'm absolutely just like, I could only hope to be that kind of a person, really. But obviously, in order to allow for the creation of these medicines, there does sometimes need to be the ability to finance that kind of discovery. Now, whether the government sort of funds the discovery itself and makes it available to the society, I think that's a reasonable claim. I don't think that traditionally has worked as well. It does seem to be that, you know, pharmaceutical companies, as much as we like to hate them, are actually quite good at producing medicine. But then you have like the Martin Shkreli cases where, like, you know, you just see this absolutely staggering increase in terms of a price. And in one sense, like, if I want to get super cold-hearted about it, I could say, well, you know, a market is being made that, you know, an incentive is being created for this medicine. And so people who buy up that stuff, you know, allow people making medicine to, you know, to research more. But clearly what he did was massively, like, that really should not be happening. And I think, you know, lawmakers were pretty clear. It's like, if you're going to do this, we're going to step in. That's exactly what politicians should be for, by the way. Like, it is a very dangerous prospect to assume that the existing systems that we have in place are like written in stone and should never be questioned. If somebody's getting away with, you know, with murder, you need to change the laws. Constitutions are a different thing. Constitutions require a certain degree, like, the constitutions for countries are these big documents which are like, you know, independent of what the current mood is. Here are all the rules that we're going to agree to play by. And then in terms of individual lawmaking, that's there is absolutely a role for the government to go in and correct, whether it's an injustice or whether it's just a market failure. That's the case. Yeah, but yeah, I should definitely clarify in light of Sin's comments, like, the existence of patents and copyright and things like that do not necessarily mean that it's always the end user who should necessarily have to pay for it. I think there's a good argument for, like, copyright stuff. Like, I should probably be buying my copy of Mass Effect. Your tax dollars should not go to subsidize my ability to play Mass Effect. I mean, beyond, let's say, whatever grants a government gives for the creation of game. I know Canada actually has a pretty good system. We've got the Canadian Media Fund, which helped finance Outlast. You may be surprised to know $1 million of my taxpayer dollars went towards the financing of a horror video game. But yeah, like, clearly, you know, there is a difference between saying that medicine should be paid for, copyright should be paid for, and then saying that, you know, the less fortunate should be the ones who bear those costs. That's definitely, that does not follow from the existence of the protection of works of the mind. The only tricky part is that looking at it from the onset is like paying for research to be done for those same med. No one should die because they can't afford. Yeah, no, I definitely agree with these. Unfortunately, because of capitalism, there's become little incentive to research life-saving meds, or the company would not keep making money because legally it would have to be free. Yeah, so I mean, in that particular case, that's where, like, so in the case of Canada, right, like, the government buys certain medicines. And I'll say too, I believe, at least in history, I don't know what the current arrangement is right now, but the Canadian government has basically said, you know, this is what we are paying for this stuff. And I know that actually creates some frustration with the Americans. I have a feeling that some of that was dealt with in the latest free trade negotiations. But I will also say too, one of the things that's sort of interesting about these is if you look at what's happened in India, India had a really interesting case where I believe some of the big pharmaceutical companies effectively gave away, like, the life-saving stuff. And they did that to kind of create this goodwill. And so the idea was that for these countries like, you know, India and China, with like a rising middle class and a lot of wealth being generated, effectively what they did was they went in with the life-saving medication and like the really socially beneficial stuff. And that was effectively given away, or like given at cost. So, you know, whatever it costs to create the medicine, which, as we said, is not a substantial cost to these companies. And they did that because they wanted access to the market to sell like Rogaine and Viagra and stuff like that. And that's a case where I sometimes sort of feel like the capitalist system is showing it has maybe some of these hidden merits that nobody really originally plans for. Obviously, that's predicated on the, on this fear that the Indian government will step in to, to make sure that life-saving medication is being, properly distributed. You have to sort of wonder what Merck and Pfizer and Novartis and things like that, or companies like that, you sort of have to wonder whether or not they would willingly make those decisions if there wasn't some credible threat that they might be regulated out. And I don't actually have a particular view on that, because I do know that people do run companies. Like, they're not always monsters. But this is a great example where,
I have detected an anomaly.
in order to be able to sell lifestyle medications, the people who needed to gain access to that medicine were able to get it. And in that case, that seems like a win-win because it's a new market for these companies. But without the profits being realized on the back of the people who can. Yeah, no problem, Lumpy Spay. I hope I'm at least being half articulate on this. Isasen says our government here has the means, if certain things change, we can have that system, but you won't. Well, there's always hope. And if not, I know a certain guy in Canada who's... Crazy thing is how some studies you've read actually demonstrate how significant expenditure on preventative medical care and research can lead to saving overall for an entire society. Well, I mean, one big thing I look into is productivity. One of the recent papers that I did was one on the effect of public capital on productivity growth. And in Canada, that means things like the creation of, hospitals and sewers and things like that. One thing that people don't realize is that if you do things that keep people from claiming sick days, that means the society as a whole produces more goods and services. And of course, when you have more things, the prices tend to go down and so on and so forth. Basically, more wealth is being generated, the wealth of nations being the product of the labor and capital of that nation. And so being able to ensure that you have, a healthy, educated, capable workforce is within the society's interest because it means that you just get more stuff done. It's a little bit like an argument for, why you should get an education. Yeah, you will realize private benefits in the fact that it's very likely you'll get a job that will pay you better than if you have less than a high school education. But then there's all these extra benefits that come through, like, you're exposed to different ideas, or even extremely practical ones that are private. Like, you're allowed to be a bigger pervert because you have, like, all of these understandings of literature and you're able to pick up on subtext, and if you want, you can read the Marquis de Sade and just learn about all the crazy stuff he wrote about. And the fact of the matter is, if you don't graduate high school, you're unlikely to be exposed to that sort of stuff. And again, I like talking about perversion stuff, one, because it gets people talking, but number two, that's a perfect example of a private benefit. Very few people consume pornographic material in public. I actually knew a guy in film school who did. That was horrifying, but he's very strange. But it's one of these examples where you don't necessarily have to be like a radical social justice cleric. You don't need to be particularly liberal or progressive in your politics to think.
Detecting a large supply of resources buried deep within the canyon walls. Heavy explosives will be required to excavate them.
To see some benefit in a subsidy for these sorts of things because they realize benefits to a society that are sort of beyond the individual dollar put inside of them. So again, if you can make a society overall more productive, productivity is associated with higher wages. And it's a good thing. It means, more goods and services to go around. But it's difficult too, because, there are a lot of unscrupulous people who will make that argument for just about everything. The famous line of "there's no free lunch." Like, you need to have a very clear plot. Like, it's a little bit like that copyright thing, right? We say, okay, so why don't we just get rid of all of the copyright? It's like, because we find it we know that there would not be enough creative works made on their own. So as a society, we impose a restriction in order to ensure that we get a more socially optimal level of creative works produced. Similar idea to the policy. It's like, is there some market failure that we need to address? If there is, then all of a sudden a lot of those things that the shouting heads on television say, it's like, if you introduce this, it's communism. Part of why econ is such an interesting subject to study is because if everything worked properly, you just need a first-year textbook, and there'd be no need for economists. But economists generally study when markets fail. That's where the stuff gets really cool. And you don't ever hear those people on on the television, because they have to talk about complicated ideas. So, anyway, sorry. I kind of went on a bit of a rant there. I hope at least some people found that useful. I paid Harriet good money for this useless heap of signal error detected. Serious caches of resources here on the planet, but memory leak detected. Alright, I said sure. That thing leaks fuel like a Volus after a mug of Rheingold? But I can deal with that. So I took off and laid out a trail of power cells leading from where I unloaded the mech to bad package. Please restart, so that I could at least get the thing moving. And now illegal fault detected. Won't even move. Damn that swindling Elcor. Okay, apparently I'm piece of Galvis says, sometimes you wonder what the lower level creative output would be in the current environment. You feel like there's not much of a golden age at work when most of the movies that have come out lately are just reboots of series, remakes, or... So, Galva, if you are interested in this, there is an article I really like. I actually quite like this economist, because I've seen his stuff on sort of similar issues. There is definitely. I completely understand the perception that you're talking about, Galva. But if you actually, you know what? I'll do you one better. I'll actually find this article. It's a really good one by Joel Waldvogel. So this article, the Journal of Economic Perspectives, is really good because it sort of exists between like a clever op-ed for the New York Times, and like Econometrica. So this is an economic journal, and by the way, it's not behind a paywall. All of these are free. But it's written by an economic expert to an audience that's not necessarily a specialist audience. So for instance, if you were an economist in a different field and you wanted to know about this stuff, the JEP is a really good resource for this. That article is called "How Digitization Has Created a Golden Age of Music, Movies, Books, and Television." This is from summer 2017. And the abstract is, digitization is disrupting a number of copyright-protected media industries, including books, music, radio, television, and movies. Once information is transformed into digital form, it can be copied and distributed at near zero marginal costs. This change has facilitated piracy in some industries, which in turn has made it difficult for commercial sellers to continue generating the same levels of revenue for bringing products to market in traditional ways. Yet despite the sharp revenue reductions for recorded music, as well as threats to revenue in other traditional media industries, other aspects of digitization have had the offsetting effects of reducing the costs and bringing new products to market in music, movies, books, and television. On balance, digitization has increased the number of new products that are created and made available to consumers. Moreover, given the unpredictable nature of product quality, growth in new products has given rise to substantial increases in the quality of the best products. Although there were concerns that consumer welfare for media products would fall, the opposite scenario has emerged, a golden age for consumers who wish to consume media products. So obviously, like, this is not the sort of thing like you just read on, on the beach. But he actually deals with the question, like, so he gives, he kind of talks about like cat videos on YouTube and things like that. He actually confronts this idea of like, okay, sure, so it's all digitized, we're producing more goods, but they're not as good as they used to be. And it's sort of a compendium of some other papers that he's done. But he does actually present, I think, a reasonable argument that the quality of goods has not suffered in the modern age. Now, that doesn't mean that bad things aren't being made. It just means that there are also sort of good works that are, that are also being realized. Now, obviously, no accounting for taste, right? There's no arguing with taste. Someone who does not enjoy the options that are made available to them is never going to be convinced that, that things are better. If I genuinely do not like the options available to me, I'm not going to feel like we're living in a golden age. But insofar as one can quantify sort of this general taste or general quality, and the methodology is in the paper, or at the very least in the references. Waldfogel's conclusion, and I'm inclined to agree with him, would be that we've seen an increase, and the reason we see that increase is through the reduction of gatekeepers. We're no longer relying on 20th Century Fox and Warner Brothers, Sony, Disney to tell us what's a good movie or not. Essentially, more creative works are being allowed to fail. However, and this is a problem that Steam's running into, not just Steam, but Steam's the biggest, so they're sort of seeing it first. Discoverability is a problem. It's one thing to be generating a whole lot of things, but if, obviously, as you say, if you don't like Marvel movies, and the majority of things that are getting all of the airtime are Marvel movies, there's a whole other question as to whether or not you actually have access in terms of sort of just, your kind of the cognitive limits of what you have access to. Just because it's being made doesn't necessarily mean that you're always able to find it. And that's actually an open question. That's one that hasn't really been... Whoops. That's not necessarily one that's really been realized in the economics literature. That's actually an area in which a contribution could be made if somebody had a particularly clever way of attacking the problem. Anyways, Galva says, you think you're going to see a decrease in quality of vids on platforms like YouTube, in your opinion? Every day you come across a stream talking about their 2 out of 3 copy strikes, how they're being extorted even by individuals to make them. Yeah, it's hard. The real shame about this one is it's arguable whether or not this is even a flaw in copyright law, because effectively what YouTube has done, YouTube has decided that a DMCA strike, so being warned about it, so the way the system should work, I think, I'm obviously not privy to the decisions that they made when they made the DMCA. But I believe the intention that they had at the time was this, that if you have got a good, like this is a video that is an original work, should not get a copyright strike against it. This has some value, and the company that's showing that will realize some value. Which means that if somebody makes a false DMCA charge, the company is going to review that, and they're going to say, this is profitable for us, this is good, we don't think that there's a merit to this complaint, so we're going to ignore it. And this is not the reality of the situation. Effectively, what platforms have done is they have said that, so the point of the DMCA, so basically if you're a rights holder, a platform is protected if you inform them about the infringing content and they remove it. If they don't remove it and it turns out to be infringing, then they're liable. So, as sort of a CYA move, what sites like YouTube and all of that are doing are they're sort of just doing this blanket approach of if you claim it, they will take it down. And this is clearly not a good system. This I don't think is the way that law was intended to be done. Which, again, the question at this point now is, where did it go wrong? Like, I think in one sense, because YouTube, to a certain extent, doesn't really care what your, about your individual video. I have a feeling that they, just because they have this position of dominance, they're sort of able to, I think they're able to, I mean, it could actually come down to a competition thing, right? They can afford to lose out on a potentially good video, and being risk averse in that sense is beneficial to them because in the end, they're the only game in town, so that somebody's just going to go off and watch another video. That might be the reason why. I haven't thought very deeply on these things, so I'm more sort of spitballing here. So it'd be interesting to see whether or not DMCA strikes would work in a more competitive industry. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And I mean, this is the thing, like YouTube obviously isn't the only place to do entertainment, but certainly if you like watching YouTube videos, the way that YouTube handles DMCA claims right now is not an effective way. It results in these, I mean, essentially, so one way of realizing this, even if you say that in the end the truth wins out, that the content creator is going to be able to demonstrate that the striker is making a false claim. What this current system does is it increases the costs of content creation. You aren't just thinking about putting on a good show, you're thinking about putting on a good show and all the time and hassle it takes to demonstrate that you are the person who in fact is creating your content. And in principle, that's the sort of thing that YouTube should worry about because content is king. If you don't have people making things on your platform, then you're not going to last very long as a platform. But, other than Twitch, what's your alternative? And we already know, like, Twitch will not help me if somebody comes in with a copyright claim. Twitch essentially abdicates any responsibility and basically says you're responsible for making sure that you're in compliance, which I think is, I mean, again, they can afford to do it, but that is, like, I get really fed up when they're sending me stories about the regulation the EU's coming in when I know that they're not willing to spend a penny of their legal budget towards protecting me from, you know, a frivolous claim. I mean, essentially, they're putting the responsibility to get permission to stream games like Mass Effect. They're putting that responsibility on every individual content creator rather than creating some legal framework in which it is permissible to do those sorts of things. So, you know, when PewDiePie gets a claim to take down his Firewatch videos from Sean Bannerman, he doesn't have a leg to stand on. You know, they're completely allowed to do that as the rights holder, whether you agree with it or not. So this is one of these situations where if you find it undesirable that this is what happens to streamers, personally, I think that the community of streamers and people who like watching streamers should be putting a lot more pressure on companies like Google and Twitch to actually take some responsibility on this and to, you know, meaningfully police content to make sure, you know, when I say police content, I know that kind of freaks people out, but it's effectively to say, it's like, you know, you have some responsibility here to make sure that you're not profiting from people infringing on rights. You also need to make sure that you're protecting the content creators here. That means that if somebody is, you know, if somebody's using a bogus strike against me, you know, you should have some part in protecting me from that. You know, you have the means to actually negotiate some kind of broadcasting contract with other platforms. I mean, right now it's a big honor system, right? But if you're PewDiePie, the honor system didn't really work that well. I actually, you know, in my own case, I don't think Sean Bannerman did anything wrong with that strike, just in the sense that I do think there is something to be said, you know, there's a brand. And if Camposanto does not want to be associated with the things that it found objectionable with PewDiePie, you know, if somebody, I mean, obviously it's ex post, right? It's, you know, it's a shame that it happened in that sense, but, you know, in this sense, whether you're on the right or wrong side of it, you have every right to sort of protect this association with your brand. Brands are very valuable intellectual property. And so it's a really an undesirable situation, but I could say one that could be avoided with an explicit, not the blanket statement that they put on there, but an explicit, you know, hi, I am this streamer, I want to do this game on your channel. Can I have express permission to use your intellectual property that way? Right now, that responsibility is being put on the shoulders of every individual creator. And because Twitch doesn't want to pony up the money for that, you need to multiply that cost over every single content creator. Otherwise, you have scenarios like what happened with PewDiePie. And then you can get even one, like, again, in the case of the Vanneman one, I actually think, you know, his reasoning was very clear, which was he, you know, rightly or wrongly did not want Camposanto to be associated with that, which is like, you know what, that's fair enough. You know, if there's the feeling of a level of endorsement that's happening inside of there, then that's his option. But again, because Twitch and Google don't want to give up the money for this, you take the cost of protecting yourself in that regard, you multiply that over every content creator, and the fact of the matter is most content creators aren't going to, you know, they're not going to they're not going to take the time on it. Incidentally, I believe what happened with PewDiePie also was not a copyright strike. I believe it was a request to take it down, which he complied with. So in that case, there wasn't a need to, you know, to strike it. But But obviously, I don't think anybody thinks this is an ideal situation for creators. Like, you know. Anyways, that was another big rant. So, yeah, I should start Firewatch. But yeah, and so like one of the things that drove me a little crazy about, so Twitch was opposing this, what was it called, like Article 50 or something like that? It was this EU regulation. Like effectively that was specifically targeting bigger companies, saying that, you know, you guys need to actually do this stuff that people are expecting of you. That effectively, like, at least from what I read of Article 50, it seemed to basically be the EU saying that if you are a large company and you're serving up all of this content, you can't just say, well, we don't control the people on our platform, so we don't need to worry about infringement. It's actually holding their feet to the fire. And I actually think that's a good thing. I know a lot of people I know who don't like Article 50. But as soon as Twitch sent me an email saying, it's like, oh, you know, we believe about content creators, and we think this will be bad for you, we think you should be able to make your stuff. I was like, really? Well, where's, you know, it seems to me I'm paying the legal bills if somebody wants to come and sue me over, you know, playing Mass Effect on stream or something like that. You know, I'm not entirely sure how that's helping me as a creator, and I think you guys should actually finally start paying for it. And if you don't do it willingly, then I'm very happy that the EU is willing to actually let you do your job, or make you do your job here. But I think that's making me sound like some raving communist, so I'd love your thoughts, comrades. You could finish Firewatch with. Is it one that you recommend, Sean Bean? I personally don't know that much about it. I've heard wonderful things about it, but I've not had the pleasure, or the absence of pleasure.
Launching probe.
By the way, Eyes of Sin says she really likes it when I get passionate about subjects, so apparently you guys just need to ask me about intellectual property matters and I will become a raging lunatic. Thank you, Tall Man Alive. Yeah, that's not, I think, I know Sean Vanneman's Telltale alumnus. I don't know about the other ones. But obviously they got bought by Steam, so that says something.
Probe away.
Rage on, comment. In Germany, a big streamer getting hand-dealt like radio TV stations by law, which is really expensive. Oh, yeah. Were you? I can't remember if you were the one talking about this, Ego a Karen, or not. Yeah, like I should probably back off a little bit on that. I do not think everything that Europe does is good. You know, I don't view it as like, I'm sure someone would be able to take me if it came to that, but yeah, like I think stuff like what Ego a Karen is describing is a shame. Now, again, to a certain extent, so the reason why I didn't have a lot of sympathy for PewDiePie on the Firewatch thing is he's not made it a secret about the fact that he's making a lot of money doing this stuff. So at this point, I'm like, you know, if Campo Santo's gonna turn around and like take on someone like me, or, you know, Eyes of Sin, or Johnny Big Time, that's kind of like, okay, you know, thanks, you know, we're already having a hard enough time as it is, you know, and now, you know, some companies telling us that we're like, you know, we're not allowed to stream their game. Like, I just want to play video games. Like, leave me alone. I would have a bigger problem with that. But the fact of the matter is, like, streaming is not just that anymore. Like, there's some serious money being made at the top end. And I just think that once you start getting an income that is comparable to any other small business, you need to start playing by the small business rules. And it's hard. Obviously, there isn't that magic dollar that suddenly makes you subject to the laws. Everybody's subject to law. But I just think it's really easy for,
I have detected an anomaly.
top-level streamers to play this whole, oh, I just want to play video games, when in reality they are actually using somebody else's intellectual property to make hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. And I just think, there's a certain point at which the, oh, I'm just some plucky gamer story isn't worth it. And again, like, this is one of the reasons why I think that Google and Twitch need to be stepping up for this. Because in the end, I'm not entirely sure that the creator needs to be the one realizing that. To a certain extent, I think, once you hit a certain level, you probably should. If you can have an agent, you should probably have somebody who's doing your legal stuff for you. But if you don't think, if you think it's like, look, it's a hard business, it's like an acting, if you take a big risk and sometimes there's a big reward for it. And if you think that, then I in my opinion, that means it's a bigger argument for Twitch to be paying its full freight for legal costs. I remember watching Firewatch when it was released. It did not seem that mind-blowing to you or anything. Okay. Ego Karen says basically all streamers would use a license, but they only care about the big ones. Yeah, see, that's one of the things for me too, Ego, because like I hear stuff like this in the laws, but then I know like the actual application. So in the case of Canada, like for those of you who don't know, Canada has legalized the consumption of cannabis. Now, I lived in Vancouver, and it was pretty clear that you would really not be suffering any adverse effects. I mean, beyond the actual, the actual substance that you were, usually smoking. But like you could basically, beyond like going in front of a police officer, and like lighting up in front of them and blowing the smoke in their face. Anything short of that, and you were probably fine. So in this case, this is just an example of probably a very sensible application of the law. There's better things for the police to do. It's probably annoying. I'm not crazy about the smell, to be honest, but whatever. Like, it's a thing. There's lots of things in the world that annoy me, and foul odors are, probably low enough on that list, and makes other people happy. So, but yeah, like, I think those kinds of laws I can live a little more with, because you look at the letter of the law, it's like, oh, this draconian legislation, you're not allowed to consume a essentially harmless substance. And then in practice, unless you're like, you have a trailer full of the stuff that you're selling and paying no taxes on or something like that, then, I can sort of live with that, because I know that in the end, the laws are not falling disproportionately on people who just want to have a good time. Similarly, right, if somebody's streaming, in their some broom closet under the stairs, and the police come banging on the door asking for the license fee, that's insane. Like, that's a fantastic way to kill innovation in new media. But on the other hand, like if you're in Germany and, you know, small stations, like if you're running a small local radio station and you need to pay that fee, you know, I think there's a reasonable complaint. Is like, look, this person makes 5 times as much as we do. They have fewer costs of capital. They need to pay for a computer and a microphone, maybe a webcam, and they don't need to pay the license fee? Like, what's going on here? In those cases, I actually think that there might be a more reasonable case. And at that point, really the question is like, should we be having these licensing costs at all? Why do they exist? And should we be considering removing them altogether? Because the next question I would say is like, why is it that Twitch broadcasters need to pay this fee? Especially when, you know, their audience is global. So probably my judgment on that one would be more about the original reasons. Like I know in the case of the UK, there's like a fee that you need to pay to finance the BBC. And I know everybody's like mad about it. But I don't know what the deal is with Germany's. Do you stream from under the stairs like Harry? No, I am not a Harry Potter streamer. It is in fact false and defamatory to suggest that I am hiding in the Ecuadorian embassy. Also in the US, cannabis laws are disproportionately enforced, both in free... I do know that. I don't think that was true of Canada, but I mean, you know, white skin, educated, male, you know, I'm pretty sure I have no business whatsoever talking about, you know, what laws get enforced in Canada. Like, I'll avoid the P word in most cases, but like it's very like I know I have it easy. Like I'm really not in a position to say how closely Canadian drug laws were enforced in that case. Oh man, I mean I have been banned on Twitch for reading Gombrick's A Little History of the World. Shield cannot be activated because generator is offline. Okay. Yeah, like Twitch is horrible. Warning, generator overheating. Oh god. This is like my percussigan. I can definitely say with certainty, Galva, the interpretation consistently is in the favor of larger streamers. I was stopped from broadcasting for reading a history book to my channel. This tied into the Crusader Kings content. But I can definitely tell you partnered streamers that did the exact same thing, and it was not only that, it was regarded as innovative. And I'm like, you know, sure, why not? You know, obviously they need as much help as they possibly can. That was a very short mission. Restored magnetic shield, keeping the Sinmara colony safe from catastrophic solar activity. Credit reward transferred from Sinmara colonists, 125 experience, 7,500 total, 2,000 palladium found, a partridge in a pear tree. You've seen some crazy examples of a stream getting banned for. Oh, by the way, hello Melemony. I don't know if I said that or not. For what their chat does, acts out after they've hosted or rated another channel. Yeah, I mean, I can at least sort of appreciate why Twitch might behave that way. But even then, that's a bit of a tall order. Since as they ban people for the most inane things, then don't immediately ban that guy who beat his wife on stream or revoke the ban on the woman who abused her cat. When as a streamer you can actually not prevent people from joining your channel that you have banned, just keeps them from talking or whatever. Yeah, well, see, I think the thing that drives me so crazy about some of this too, wrong planet. I think the thing that drives me crazy about some of this too is that, like, it's not like Twitch does not have the chat logs, and they are the host of the video. There is a world of difference between somebody saying, so look, like there have been 2 partnered big streamers, because they disagreed with something that I said on Twitter, sent a bunch of their followers over to my, to my Twitter account. I know one of them specifically referenced me on stream, and I was sitting in the producer prices department, enjoying all of the free traffic with some of the dumbest people I've ever had the misfortune of encountering. Clearly bans based around that are intended for people not to do that, because when you have a very large platform, it's very easy to get a mob of people to behave in a really awful way. It just so happens that for the most part, the thing that will get me mad is usually somebody arguing in bad faith. It's not like somebody being dumb or somebody saying like, "Oh, you look dumb. Oh, what an edgelord Twitter photo," or whatever. Like, that sort of stuff, I'm like, okay, gee, I've never heard that before. Whatever will I do? You must have a lame job, what are you doing on Twitter the whole time? I'm like, well, it just so happens I'm good enough at my job, and I'm one of the few people who knows how to do this thing that, yes, I actually have enough time, as this program is running, to respond to your softballs. So, sucks to be you. That sort of stuff I don't care about at all. But I do think there's something to be said for, putting some level of enforcement in place to make sure that somebody doesn't, get brigaded, and it makes the, it basically makes the platform, because like this is about, preserving content, right? If you know that if you're a certain type of streamer, or if you get on somebody's bad side, that next thing you know, your chat's going to be disrupted by some unruly mob, then this effectively means that there's a whole set of gatekeepers in the community that will decide whether or not you're successful. But the thing is that Twitch has everything they need to be able to find out whether or not it's one of those cases. They have the chat log. Did the streamer say, hey, go make this person miserable? Does it say that on the video? They're like, oh yeah, this person's a jackass. Did you see what they wrote on Twitter? Go bug them, And, I mean, they didn't do anything about the guy who actively, encouraged people to harass me. So, clearly, clearly they seem perfectly fine in handing out these bans, just not in a way that will actually prevent the worst offenders coming up. And, frankly, I'm not even that bothered that the guy, wasn't disciplined by Twitch. He's an asshole. Like, this is a reasonably easy to verify fact if you ever watch this guy. I'm really only bringing the story up for the purposes of, we're talking about Twitch's really weird enforcement practices. But it's just so weird to see them, drop down these, oh, we didn't know any better, style bans, when the person who should be the most informed about what happened on their platform should be Twitch. But there you have it. In Germany, Switzerland, there's some radio TV channels owned by the state and financed over these taxes. These channels are bound by law to have some, you can't remember the exact numbers, but it's quite high educational content. What people don't like about it is you have to pay even if you don't consume it or because they're not in agreement with what counts as educational. Yeah, so it's very similar to the BBC. And actually, we have a similar case in Canada. Definitely some of the really hard right parties always like talking about defunding the CBC, but I don't believe there's an explicit fee for financing the CBC, and I know they're financing their operations more through commercials and through the sale of their content. But yeah, I think I have a better understanding of the situation now, Ego. I will refrain from commenting on whether or not I think it's a good system, because you have to live with it, not me. But I thank you for that, because I would actually like to understand these situations a little bit better, because they obviously affect the environment in which I operate. Yeah, exactly, Galva. And I certainly don't mean to, like, all I'm trying to say is, like, I understand what Twitch might be trying to do with those kinds of bans, but it's so clear, like, this is the thing for me. I say that because it should be the easiest thing in the world for Twitch to be able to adjudicate that, and they seem utterly incapable, or just simply indifferent about whether or not they do that right. Yeah, I think Galva has it. Oh, that's a shame, Captain Shield. You missed a giveaway. I gave everyone a brand new copy of Metro Exodus. Oh, speaking of which, yeah, for those of you who don't know, no longer a GOG affiliate. That's been the case for over a month. I am, however, now part of the Epic Support a Creator program. So down below, there is a link to Subnautica, which is currently on sale. I think it's like $7 Canadian off. Pretty decent game. If you use that affiliate link, I will get credit for the sale, and a little bit of money goes towards me. It is... Okay. No person in the Supporter Creator program should ever be telling you what they're making, so I will not get a chance to thank you all for using that link if you do use it. But let's say you're not interested in Subnautica, but you do wind up buying something off the Epic Store because of a recommendation I made, or because you think I'm handsome, or whatever it is. If you use the creator code SystemChalk inside there, I will get credit for the sale, and generally that means some money towards me. As has always been the case, whether it is GOG, whether it's, you know, a recommendation for a book or anything along those lines, clearly I have a financial interest in you going to the Epic Store and buying the game using that affiliate link. The best way to support me directly is to just give me the money. So don't buy a game you wouldn't have otherwise bought. You know, it is cheaper and more beneficial to the both of us. If you want to support me, just do that. If you want something for yourself, subscribing is fine. But the reason I do these sort of affiliate things are they allow me to turn purchases that you might have already been making, or maybe, you know, if I push you over the edge and it's like, yeah, this looks like a really fun game, I want to get that, and you want to somehow translate some of that into a reward for me, you know, getting that finder's fee or something like that, using those kinds of links are helpful. So again, as with donations, as with anything else, never solicited, never required, but it is an option available to you there. But yeah, so you missed out Captain Exodus, because, sorry, not Captain Exodus, Captain Shield. In honor of the new Supporter Creator program, I gave everybody a copy of Metro Exodus, and sorry, but you missed out. Everybody's just watching play. If I didn't spend it all on my ship upgrades, I would have had it by now. he printed a screenshot of the game, and he filtered the coffee being poured onto his bare chest through the screenshot, It was one of the hottest things that I ever saw, and I felt compelled to purchase your product. Please ensure that he is available on all marketing moving forward.
Launching probe.
Ah, damn it. I wanted to try and troll you. Alright, you guys got it.
Probe away. Launching probe.
By the way, if I should also say too, if you find those affiliate links annoying, also let me know. I can, you know, I don't need to have them, but the only thing that I do rather regret is I was very gung-ho about GOG, and you know, the reason why I like GOG so much was I have been looking for alternatives to Steam for a while. The only problem is that after they stopped sort of responding to my messages, and the fact that I'm really going through the ringer with them on the whole payout for the affiliate program thing, like, it's hard not to get a dimmed view of it. I still think the reasons why I liked it are there. It's just, you know, what am I gonna do, right? Like, you know, I can't say that I'm, you know, I'm not very disappointed with the way that, you know, that things have been handled that way. And so, you know, the drawback is if people did wind up... This is, by the way, why I say the stuff that I do about these affiliate agreements, is that, you know, I don't know what happens in the future. If it turns out that it's a wonderful honeymoon period and it's a genuinely bad company, which I don't think is true about GOG, by the way. I mean, I think it's possible to have a dispute over the payment and find that a frustrating and, you know, something you would prefer not to have happen. And still say it's like, yeah, I keep my GOG library, and if they sell something at the best level, they can. But obviously, like, one of the reasons why I say, like, don't buy something you wouldn't have otherwise already got. You know, if you're like, oh, okay, well, I better make a GOG account and buy this game on GOG because System Shock told me to. Like, I really try to avoid that kind of incentive. I like the idea of people getting more GOG and Epic accounts because it means that, you know, there's a little bit more competition in gaming. And I know people, like, okay, so I don't believe the cognitive cost of switching stores is zero. I understand the frustration in having multiple launchers, but, like, honestly, how many of you guys, you know, don't have the Blizzard launcher? You know, I've got Origin, Itch, Uplay, Blizzard. Okay, sorry. Steam, Origin, Uplay, Blizzard, Itch, Epic. I believe that's it. So, like, I've already got, you know, before Epic, and I had Epic installed before because I have Shadow Complex. I had 5 storefronts installed already. I am already, well, you know, well and truly lost to the dark side there. But yeah, anyways, all of this is to say, you know, whatever you feel about the affiliate links, I am always very grateful to have people here to interact with. If you are very mad at the Epic Store, if you don't like what they did with Metro Exodus or The Division, or if you think Sergei Galyonkin is just a big old jerk, you hated Steam Spy, like, beat you up and took your lunch money when you were a kid, you know, don't feel like you have to do me the favor or whatever. You know, even if I'm streaming the game and, you know, you wound up making the purchase, if you feel more comfortable getting it on a storefront that you want, like, you should probably get it on that storefront. And it's, you know, as much for the reason of the GOG thing. Like, I don't know what happens in the future. A store could change its policies. I have no way of controlling a store's policies. And obviously, if I recommend a storefront as, like, the greatest thing since sliced bread, and the day later they're like, yep, we're now charging everyone $100 to access this store a month, there's no way of opting out of it. I'm gonna feel like a bit of a jackass. So, I always, I always mention these affiliate things. I engage them sort of aware of the fact that I don't get to control everything that the partner does on that. I'm reasonably excited to see the Epic Store, and I think, like, I kind of want to play Hades. It's the only place I can play it. Less interested in Super Meat Boy Forever, but that's just because I was never a big Meat Boy fan.
Probe launched.
Not that I dislike it, it's just not exactly my... It's not my first choice of game. And obviously I really like strategy games, so there isn't a lot on the Epic Store for me to get really excited about right now, personally.
Probe away.
But it's interesting. I mean, they're obviously, they're in it to, they're definitely putting some serious effort behind that thing. Like, they're obviously they've got the Fortnite money, but like they're not playing around. That's a very impressive launch lineup that they've got. So, what else did we have here? Yeah, you're surprised your biz email is not blowing up after trail of messages that you left behind. I appreciate them. You actually came looking for my GOG link. Yeah, so I'm not actually a GOG affiliate anymore, and we are having a spirited exchange over the amount that they owe me. The last email I got, basically, they wanted to only pay me for 2018, and I'm like, I've been a partner or an affiliate for longer than 2018, hombre, and they've not replied yet. And I would feel a lot better about it if, the person who I normally organize the, like, visits to their streams over, I sent them a message once, never heard back from them. The person who organized the affiliate program, when Thronebreaker came out, I said, hey, I just want to let you know, I don't have time to do it on launch, but this does sort of seem like the sort of thing that I would want to do. So if you're okay with a slightly delayed bit of coverage, I'd be happy to do Thronebreaker. Let me know if that's interesting to you. Didn't even acknowledge the message, and I'm like, okay, well, clearly I've upset somebody, or maybe they just knew the thing was being closed off. But one way or the other, I sort of feel like I've been unpersoned almost, and so. The fact that there's this dispute over the royalties is just kind of like, if I didn't feel like I was left out to dry so long ago, I'd maybe find this a little bit more tolerable, but like now this is just becoming unpleasant. So, but again, as a storefront, nothing's changed. Like, the reasons I liked GOG are the same as they are now. I still have my GOG account. I will not close my GOG account even after the frustration of the the affiliate dismount. It just means that I am like my engagement with them now, and especially with the arrival of the Epic Store and perhaps other alternatives. I'm actually personally very interested to see what Humble does in this environment. But with the arrival of alternatives, like my alternative to the Steam store no longer needs to be GOG, and so I will likely be purchasing through GOG because they give me the best price rather than any strong feelings about it as my preferred Steam alternative. The other big one for me is that, and this has nothing to do with GOG, but because I've had an Origin Access basic membership for a while, and there are some great games on it. I've really been enjoying my Origin Access, which I don't get any affiliate amount for, by the way. But yeah, like I've upgraded to the Premiere. It was actually so I could play the Anthem demo, the one that everybody was really mad about, but I really enjoyed. I mean, obviously the stream with Johnny had that somewhat abrupt ending due to the server issues, but like I actually had a really good time in Anthem, and by the next day the problems were resolved. So the one reason why I held off on getting that Origin Access Premier membership was that I was genuinely scared that I would become basically an EA game only streamer, because they've got the pipeline of stuff coming down is pretty good. Like Battlefield 5 seems to be designed to be getting some pretty regular updates. I really enjoyed that. Obviously more so for the single player for stream, but I do get a few matches in every now and again. Anthem I think is going to have a similar thing. My prediction, by the way, is that people are going to complain about a lack of content for Anthem because they are still focusing on you buy a game and you get that game. And there's a little bit less consideration to the post-launch strategy, and I think Anthem has a very long tail ahead of it because its purpose is to sell people more Origin Access subscriptions, Origin Access Premier subscriptions. And then more importantly too, probably a little bit closer to my heart, the EA Originals series. So all these sort of indie-like games that they're paying, that they're paying for, like A Way Out and Unravel and Unravel 1 and 2 and Sea of Solitude and Fee and all the stuff that hasn't been announced yet. And then I think the big one for me, I always feel ridiculous when I say this, but like I haven't played a Sims game in a really long time, and you probably would not like. I kind of think that I would never really voluntarily pay so that I could play a Sims game. But boy, did I have a good time when I installed The Sims. And again, it's because, I got that because I wanted to play This Is the Police. That's why I got the basic subscription. It was like, I could buy This Is the Police and find out that it's maybe not my thing, or I can rent it, and if I didn't like it, then I can go and play something else. Like if you guys liked Tyranny, or you thought that Tyranny looked interesting, that's available. I think City Skylines is available. It's not just EA games. So again, in terms of alternatives to Steam, like the fact that the EA subscription service now offers me access to games that are not just EA ones, gives me fewer and fewer reasons to look to buy games somewhere else. I actually have a nice deep catalog that I can engage with now by virtue of the fact that I bought this membership for another thing. So I know it's easy to hate on EA and stuff like that, but if you like a lot of variety in your games, and in particular if you're a streamer, an Origin Access basic account for me cost about $5, and it's one that I'm not gonna, like, EA can do its marketing for you, or for themselves, but like, give it a look, because I think that people's hate of EA is sort of beginning to eclipse the idea that you don't need to, like, you could get, I think, $5 value out of that subscription and never play an EA game. Like, if you like some of Paradox's games, City Skylines, I don't think Surviving Mars is on it yet, but like Tyranny, it's one that personally I think more people should probably look at, but let me just catch up a little bit. If you have Discord or the Twitch app, formerly known as the Curse Voice app, you can buy those games now too. Vape brand sponsor? Yeah, I'm never going to vape. No offense to those who do vape, it's just not going to be my thing. That game is very unimpressed with how many bugs you came across in Thronebreaker at launch. Oh, okay, then I don't feel as bad about it. You took the time to try and list the bugs, only to find some official message on their forum saying something like, yeah, we'll not be fixing any of those bugs until December's patch. It was so off-putting, you think it was out at the end of October. Thronebreaker's good now because it's on sale free. Oh, how much is it on sale for, Sean Beam? Did I call you Sean Beam? Sean Bean. The idea was fun. There's a number of combat battles. So I reasonably enjoyed Gwent. I think Gwent is now at the part where they're trying to sell me expansion packs, so I'm probably done with it. But I really liked, so there was a Magic the Gathering game, which was made by Sid Meier. And it had this really interesting setup where you would like go through a world and you would like go into dungeons to get the most rare and valuable cards. And I really liked that idea, and I was a little disappointed that other card games didn't pick it up, and it felt like Thronebreaker was sort of a callback to that. But I don't know, like I never got to play it, and to add insult to injury, I'll buy it on the Steam store. You're one of those people that was raging the night of EA's launch of the most recent SimCity. From what I understand, that was a particularly troubled launch. I have not played. I think the last SimCity I played was 2000 on my dad. Oh yeah, so my dad was a school administrator. So I remember before he retired, I was waiting for him at one point as like, okay, let's tool around on the computers, and there's like some ancient machines just kicking around, and I'm like, I wonder if there's any games on this thing, and sure enough there's SimCity 2000. So I fire that thing up and I'm like, ooh, this thing is not aged well. Maybe I'm just spoiled on City Skylines, but, well, obviously City Skylines wasn't out at the time, but like, yeah, that game. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a fine game. It's just I was a little surprised.
Launching probe.
Ooh, I need to check that out. Like, this is a funny thing. Like, I didn't get through a lot of Tyranny on stream, but I have really struggled to get into Pillars of Eternity, and I don't get why I find Tyranny so compelling, and I find Pillars of Eternity a chore to get through. And I'm scared that I'm gonna find Pillars of Eternity 2 hard to get through as well. But chat turned into a town hall meeting calling for bugs to be fixed in its DLC. I didn't realize that there were bugs in Tyranny. I didn't run into any problems with it. But again, I probably wasn't playing that far. The two guys doing the streams eventually just minimized chat and stopped interacting. That's a bit of a shame. I know Paradox really does try to keep the interactivity up, but that's a bit of a shame that they weren't able to continue on like that. I don't have any Jim Beam. I do have a whiskey, but maybe I will reward myself with Lagavulin if I actually do a story mission tonight, because I believe we are 3 hours in and I've not done a proper story mission.
Probe away.
You like Pillars of Eternity even better than Tyranny? That's so interesting. I sometimes feel like I don't know 100% if this is why, but I sometimes felt that Pillars of Eternity was trying really hard for me to like get into its world and its lore, and I'm like just constantly scared that there's going to be some kind of test at the end of every dialogue tree. And I actually noticed, so one thing I did during Pillars of Eternity the last time I played it was I turned on the AI combat, and I found that helped a lot. That helped my enjoyment a lot, but I've really been struggling with it. And what I think I might do, I think, with the copious free time that I have, I think what I might do is when I have some time set aside. I'm gonna sit down and do a proper, like, I'm gonna make my peace with Pillars of Eternity, and I'm going to like try to get through a full act and be like, you know, either this thing is gonna hook me or it's not, because I've usually been playing it in little fits and starts, and I have a feeling that that will probably crack it open for me. But yeah, and it's so funny because like mechanically I don't see a lot that's different in terms of Tyranny. I just think Tyranny does a slightly better job of bringing me into its world than PoE did, but obviously, you know, PoE did really well and Tyranny did okay, but I mean, I think there's a reason why only one of them got a sequel. Oh, turn-based actually might... See, normally I like pausable real-time stuff. I actually feel like a good turn-based mode would really work for me. I'm kind of excited to try Pillars of Eternity 2 now.
Launching probe.
Are you talking about the one under, like, Cade Nua? Because I think I've hit the end of... I think I've hit, like, as far as I can go there until I've like, advanced the story a bit more. Oh, actually, here's one thing that really drove me... So I get very stubborn with games. So, like, if there's a hard thing that comes up, I'll, like, turn off the Iron Man mode or something like that, and I'll try and go through it. And I think there's, like, there's a quest that you go on. I think it comes with the White March, but I think it's a separate quest. And it's basically supposed to be when you're at the end game of the base Pillars of Eternity game, and at no point does it explain to you that this is a high-level mission. So I spent a day trying to get past 2 encounters until I finally gave up, and then I consulted a wiki, and the wiki pointed out this is not intended for anything but players that have completed the main storyline. And I'm like, why are you like this? Like, why couldn't you have told me that I was wasting my time on this mission that appears like, you know, not only does it appear like any other quest, it appears close to your home base. So, like, it's one of these ones where I'm sort of like, yeah, it's nearby. Of course I'm gonna do this thing. So. Yeah, and this is the funny thing for me. It's not the first time I've heard that about Tyranny, and again, this might be a function of the fact that I've not gotten to the end of Tyranny, but at least in terms of the idea, so the first act of Tyranny and the first act of Pillars of Eternity, the first act of Pillars of Eternity, like I am playing Pillars of Eternity trying to understand, excuse me, what it is that people see in it. And the first act of Tyranny, I'm like, I really want to see what's going on. And I seem to be having the exact opposite reaction of everybody else with those 2 games. So I think what we've learned tonight is that I just have a bad taste in games. All right. An Earth-sized planet wrapped in an impermeable haze of carbon dioxide and ash. Karamuto is an unforgiving place. Earthquakes, volcanic gases, and shrouds of dust have prevented any major settlements. Its sulfurous crust has yet to produce resources of interest. Orbital distance 2.3 AU, orbital period 3.8 Earth years, radius 6,529 kilometers, day length 33.4 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure 33.72 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature 150 degrees Celsius, and a surface gravity of 1.1 g. Fun for the whole family. Oh. I have not... The only console that's not handheld that I've owned is a Wii.
Probe away. Scans have found something.
See, I'm the opposite way on this, Captain Shield. I always do quests which are close to... I always do quests which are closest to me. Yeah, again, it might just be that I don't understand the conventions of those games, which is why... This comes back to what I was saying about, like, streaming games. Like, notice I've been very careful about saying Pillars of Eternity is a bad game, because I don't think that. I definitely have questions as to whether or not Pillars of Eternity is a game for me. I definitely don't feel bad that I say that it's felt like a chore to get through it, because unfortunately that's how the feeling has been. And I definitely think that once I added the AI for the combat, it helped me overcome that feeling. So I also have a couple of mechanisms that have allowed me to make the game more enjoyable. But I think it's pretty, like, it's the same problem I had with Baldur's Gate. Like, I know Baldur's Gate is a really loved game, but I've never gotten to the ending of it, and the main reason was because I really wanted to play a wizard, and it's hard, or a mage, and it's hard to play a mage in that game. You die very easily, so. But yeah, backward compatibility on a PlayStation 5, I think would work. I think that would be enough to motivate me to consider the console. Because again, like, I'm playing Mass Effect 2 now, right? I clearly enjoy seeing sort of the best of past games. I definitely think there are games that have reputations that have not aged as well. So, like, I love XCOM, and I'm not talking about the Firaxis one, I'm talking about the Julian Gollop original. And I am man enough to admit...
Geothermal activity has rendered pathfinding function inoperable. Please use manual controls to locate research base.
I will be the first to admit that... okay, that one looks very cool, and two, I almost killed myself. But yeah, like, I love the original XCOM, but that is a very frustrating game to play. Like, that game has some things in it that probably should not be in it, and it would be more enjoyable if they were not there. And again, my view on this in my view, this should not be a controversial thing to say, because if you assume that games, you know, they don't make them like they used to, TM, then what it means is that all of these classic games have actually not really meant that much. That they have not given...
Warning. Area compromised due to unstable volcanic activity.
It means that
Extraction complete.
these great games have had absolutely no impact on subsequent creators, that they have not learned anything from, you know, from what's come before, and that effectively, you know, the art of game design has basically just has regressed, and I don't think that's true. You know, there's things that are different, and when things are different, it's sometimes hard to say whether or not the change really works for me. So this kind of comes back to that Waldvogel paper, right? Just because Joel Waldvogel is able to scrape Metacritic and, you know, and all the other sources, and just because he's, you know, able to do some interesting empirics, does not change the fact that if you don't like Marvel movies, you know, you have maybe fewer reasons to go into the movie theater than you used to. And that needs to be acknowledged. Obviously, an economic paper maybe isn't the best place to litigate personal tastes, but, you know, I can't turn around and say, well, Joel Waldvogel says you're wrong. Like, you know, people are allowed to have their own individual tastes. But yeah, I definitely think that even if I concede that some of my you know, even some of my personal favorites aren't the best games. Like, I really do enjoy seeing stuff that came before, even if it's like unpolished or inelegant. And I sort of feel like, you know, there's an entire universe of games that I've not experienced. So like, I think it would be really cool to play Metal Gear Solid for the first time. I have, I guess it's number 4 was the one, or no, it was 5. Whatever the last Metal Gear Solid that wasn't the survival game. I have that, and I hear good things. I haven't played it yet, but yeah, it'd be neat to have some device that would allow me to experience some of those older stories. Gonna catch some sleep. Great streams. Thanks a lot, Lumpy Space. Again, for those of you who weren't here for the shout out, please do check out Lumpy Space. I got the impression from the chat that he's currently experimenting with different formats. But definitely a pleasure to have inside of Johnny's channel, and very gracious with that host. So thank you kindly, and I hope you have a good night. Good night. I don't really want to exit the Hammerhead yet. I want to see what's up this ramp. Yeehaw! Stream confirmed he's now Mortal Kombat. Lumpy Space has literally never played any other game than Mortal Kombat, and never will. He has a personal vendetta against Killer Instinct, and will in fact viciously demolish any person who even suggests that it's a game. Dr. Casey's log, number 1. We have detected the site of a site of incredible significance located beneath the volcano. This unpredictable terrain will make retrieval of any data extremely hazardous. Reminds me of grad school. Just want to make sure there's no items on the ground before I... Don't want to bypass the door quite yet. I want to loot stuff first.
I was right. This site was a roadmap leading to the main Prothean ruins. Dr. Aloy and I agree that this must remain a secret at all costs. I will not allow another Eden Prime to occur. The Geth, the Reapers, all of them, they must be stopped.
Damn it, Shepard!
Activation of research-based power grid has triggered additional volcanic instability. Recommend immediate departure.
If there's no timer, I'm gonna loot first.
Out of here.
Yeah. Dr. Casey's log, number 2. This hellish planet is a star map that points to a Prothean site of major significance. Dr. Aloy and I have mere hours to retrieve all that we can before the conditions become too dangerous to continue. We learned too late that the local volcanic instability is magnified by our power grid. If only we had more time to study this, I'm sure the key to unlocking everything is here. Everything. Damn this planet!
I was right. This site was a roadmap leading to the main Prothean ruins. Dr. Aloy and I agree that this must remain a secret at all costs. I will not allow another Eden Prime to occur.
This reminds me, I still need to do Opus Magnum on the stream. Captain Shepard's too much of a badass to RTFM. Well, guess I'll die. I feel like there's something very obvious that... Oh, hang on. Probably this? Sacre bleu! I kind of feel like there was probably a timer to this mission, and then people kept getting lost, so they got rid of the timer. Or maybe that's just me. Oh, I screwed up. Oh, thank God. Okay. The hammerhead also strikes me as something that was originally supposed to be in the game and was, you know, either was cut or wasn't done in time. But I actually really enjoy it. I completely understand why it would be cut, because it, you know, it feels like it has all the enjoyment of the Mako without maybe some of the frustrations that some people were experiencing. But when I consider the length of time it takes to do a given Mass Effect mission compared to, say, you know, a Mass Effect 2 mission, I just sort of feel like these things...
Mission complete.
Oh, I screwed up. Still made it. Yeah, I kind of feel like these feel a little out of place compared to what the core Mass Effect experience is. I rather enjoy them. It's why I've done all of them. But as much as I enjoy them, I also sort of understand why they're inessential. So. That was really fun to watch, though. Oh, it's almost midnight. One more minute for me to wish Isaacson a happy birthday. About another hour for her, because we live an hour apart. Data recovered from the research station. Dr. Casey's location discovered. Landing party extracted from volcano. 125 experience, 1625 credits earned, 4,750 iridium, and a Cerberus logo.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Alert, security breach from Project Firewalker. That was a close one on Carmudo Shepard. A disturbing fact has come to light in analyzing the channel you used to transmit your findings. Unauthorized transmissions had been sent from the MSV Rosalie to an unknown destination. I'm assuming that this is how the Geth are tracking Doctors Casey and Aloy. The data you retrieved gives us the definite location of Dr. Casey's Prothean site. The Doctor was certain that the site had a Prothean revelation of enormous significance. It is recommended that you head there as soon as possible to counter any Geth retrieval missions already in play. I hope you get your cake. I will again insist that I will happily buy you a cake if you'll let me.
Probe
Oh, we've not tapped out our iridium yet.
Probe away.
Oh, it's not my money, the Eyes of Sin.
Launching probe.
The chat's money. I still have a little in the PayPal account.
Away.
I'm not allowed to say that out loud, am I? No, it's your birthday. And I have a big boy job. You read earlier that Chalk just found a perfectly good... Yeah, it was just lying on the side of the road. Found cake is the best cake.
Probe away.
I bet if I mailed it to you, you'd be able to hit a guy with it if they caused you any
Launching
trouble.
probe.
Captain Shield makes a good point.
Launching probe.
I had the worst possible moment. So
Probe away.
the type of pizza that I like is when it's like pepperoni and mushrooms and green peppers on it. I guess you call that like a deluxe pizza or whatever. Anyways, like whatever you call it, like that's my favorite kind of pizza. And there's a pizza place not too far away where like if I need to get something semi-fast, I'll go to. But the problem is that they very rarely, like they make that pizza. They advertise the store with that pizza. Like that is the pizza that they put on the sign
Probe away.
when they put it out like for business. But they very rarely have it. So like there was, you know, there's this day I hadn't had anything to eat and then they like just got a fresh one out. I'm like, oh god, yeah, that's so good. So it's like I got 2 slices. I was going on, it's like it's Ottawa, so like it's just like covered in snow, fresh snow. And I'm walking down the sidewalk and I had them in a paper bag. And I'm walking along and I enjoy the first slice. It's wonderful. And I get the second one and like just before I'm ready to get it, it slips in the, so it's cut in half. So there's like it's 2 halves of a slice. And I have the one and I'm getting ready to enjoy this last piece and it completely slips out of the bag face down onto the snow on the sidewalk. And I remember thinking to myself, it's like, does it count as landing on the sidewalk if there's a fresh snow? Like, I'm trying to justify to myself for this favorite pizza which I never get to have, and I'm like, does it really count as me picking food up off of this public sidewalk to eat it? And I remember entertaining that thought for probably like a good 30 seconds before being like, you idiot! No, you're not allowed to do that. It's so.
Launching probe.
This is what I'm reduced to. Like, apparently it is not an automatic reaction for like, you know. Snow makes all the difference. Snow doesn't touch the ground. That's why it's snow.
Launching probe.
I actually seem to remember, so like what I did, like I don't...
Probe away.
You thought about it too long, you let it get beyond 30 seconds. So what I did, the specific, oh god, Eyes of Sin, that's like, I'm pretty sure I've had dreams I'm not allowed to repeat on Twitch involving that. You with a pizza with green pepper, oh god. But yeah, no, I believe that my exact recollection of events are that I bent down to pick it up, and like the justification to myself while I was mulling it over is that it's like, well, I wouldn't want to, you know, I wouldn't want to litter anyway. Like, I am such a square that, like, if I have a candy wrapper that I'm like throwing in a public trash bin and a gust of wind intercepts it between like leaving my hand and it falling in the trash bin, and it goes on, you know, some distance, not in the garbage, I will chase it down the street in the wind to make sure that it gets thrown away. So, like, I remember while I was dwelling on it, it's like, well, I wouldn't want to litter anyway. So, like, I pick it up to put it in the bag, and then I'm sort of thinking, like, am I still able to eat this? Can I do... And then eventually, you know, I pass by, you know, a garbage can. I'm like, it's not worth it. So... But... I do have to, in the interests of... Ah, damn it. In the interests of public disclosure, I considered the sidewalk pizza for entirely too long for an adult with a graduate degree in economics. I should probably be more careful on that sort of stuff that I say to say, like, I'm assuming, I hope that is taken as all in good fun, but I probably should not just cavalierly throw comments like that out there. I apologize if I make you uncomfortable with that sort of stuff, Sin, but man, that sounds like a tasty pizza. If you want me to get you a green pepper, mushroom, and pepperoni pizza for your birthday, let me know, and I will PayPal it.
Probe away.
We probably had enough public karma built up from chasing micro pieces of litter down the streets to have been clear on the snow pizza. So in a future life, I will, you know, I'll be able to realize the benefit of my micro, or the absence of micro littering. I'm making you well, I mean, if you want, Captain Shield, I can retcon the story to one where I do eat the pizza. That should hopefully kill your appetite. I just want to double check, so I'm gonna go to the Hades Nexus because, you know, who does main stories anyway, right? I do just want to double check that I have actually mined out the galaxy. Other than, of course, the Hawking Ada, that's... I'll admit, so I have never really considered pineapple with anything but, like, ham and like the standard Hawaiian, right? Which is a Canadian invention, by the way. Is it good? Presumably it is, seeing as you ordered it, but is it something you would recommend? During a festival where you work, you all scavenged the pizzas and burger from the garbage cans, brought them back to camp after all the stuff was eaten, revealed where you got all the stuff. Their faces were priceless. People scavenging me included. That's really funny. I mean, I will admit, like, so clearly, like, I reflect the, you know, my circumstances. Like, I'm pretty sure, by the standards of, you know, the standards of, you know, of other countries, even countries that have some, you know, industrialization, but obviously the distribution isn't there. Like, I'm fairly certain the sort of stuff that I throw out would be considered perfectly palatable. But I mean, this is just it, right? Like, I sort of lacked the frame of reference to say what is truly unmanageable for myself. I mean, on this one too, like, the fact of the matter is it's a pizza. Like, it's not, this is only partially for nourishment. Like, I'm pretty sure if the point of this was to keep me in in good health and full of the necessary parts, I'm pretty sure there are other foods I could have opted for. Like that touch of sweetness with the sausage. Don't know if you'd recommend it. Yeah, give it a shot. I mean, I sometimes need to be careful about it because this is inevitably when I think I made fun of like Axe deodorant and then found out that like Johnny Big Time at least liked it. I don't know if he still uses it. So like, obviously whenever I turn around and say something really sweeping, inevitably there's like somebody in the room who likes that thing that I just slammed, and I feel like a complete jerk. But my view on the whole pineapple on pizza debate is, really boring people want to make a big deal out of it. I think Johnny, who is an actual chef, puts it best. It's like, the most basic possible food combination you could ever learn is savory and sweet. And the guy who actually put pineapple on pizza, I think, like, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, but he died very recently, and that is exactly why he did that. He thought it would be a flavor combination that works very well, and he is right. But people, I don't know, it's like okay, I don't know if you guys ever saw this movie. There's an Alexander Payne movie starring Paul Giamatti called Sideways. Now, I grew up in a city called Kelowna, which is in part of the wine-growing region in BC, in the western part of Canada. I had people who like actually worked at wineries and like who worked at like wineries and were serious about it. They hated that movie because there was that one line, like, Giamatti always has this line where he's like, "No fucking Merlot," that sort of, like, this obsession about it. And they hated it because, first of all, the wineries they worked for actually made very good Merlot by their standard. I mean, I don't know anything about wine. Now, the thing that is funny is, like, I bothered to educate myself about this, and apparently, there is something in the movie. Apparently, he like describes his favorite wine. I think there's like 2 of them or something like that, and it turns out that the thing he loves the most winds up being a necessary component in Merlot. So I believe that is intentional. Like, I think it's one of these ones where they sort of knew that they were doing an annoying sort of catchphrase almost, and they included something for the people who knew what they were talking about, which is a subtle little jab at the ridiculousness of that character. But I can definitely tell you, like, there were people who were really annoyed by that movie, because, again, you want to seem like you know about wine, and there's a movie about wine that just came out, and now you're not going to do it. And, like, sure enough, the sales figure, like, Sideways was pretty popular when it came out, and, you can do a Google search. There were newspaper articles about, yep, Merlot sales are down because apparently some writer decided to pick on this particular wine for their popular. I think it might have won an Oscar, actually. It was pretty, to my recollection, it was a pretty decent movie. But But yeah. But yeah, so with that in mind, like I always figure it's just like that. Like people who don't know what they're talking about, but because there was some tastemaker who made a completely disproportionate or had a completely disproportionate response. By the way, the iridium got to where you guys wanted it. I forgot to mark the occasion. Because some tastemaker, you know, has this completely, what would probably be considered a completely unhinged reaction to something, but because they're on TV, you know, all of a sudden this becomes something you repeat. And because for whatever reason, boring streamers who don't have anything else to talk about want to say that putting fruit on pizza is the worst possible thing that you can do, now you have a whole bunch of people walking around telling people what they can and can't eat, and it is the dumbest thing in the world. So yeah, apologies if you do have strong feelings about pineapple on pizza, but my usual thought on those kinds of things are there's going to be a lot of very boring people who make a really big deal about this kind of thing, and it's just, you know, it's mostly because I can't be nice to everyone. I gotta hate it. I gotta hate enough a certain number of people. Speaking of people I can't stand, there is an opinion columnist for the CBC, national broadcaster. He writes a column. His name is Don Pittis. That man has never once written an article that has its own internal consistency, let alone, like, he will definitely write as if he knows economics. I have never once read an article that does anything but, like, completely contradict some complete, like, just very non-controversial basic observations about the way these things work. He loves to talk about inflation. So when I was working at the prices division, I would read his stuff and I'm like, why? Apparently somebody from the prices division actually gave him a call to point out how completely wrong and how he was actively misinforming people on the way that the consumer price index works. So I read articles like that because they get my blood pumping in the morning and they remind me I'm alive. And that's the only reason why the pineapple on pizza argument exists for me. To remind me that I'm alive. Yeah, like I always anticipate there's going to be at least one guy who points out the tomato's a fruit thing. I have no idea if I don't know what it is about the classification of tomatoes that makes them a fruit. I just accept it. Do not drink too much. Do you hear me? I don't want you passing out and going to the dark side. No, going to the night. I won't drink too much. Oh, hang on. Mango with chicken on pizza. Ooh, that sounds really good, actually. Butternut squash, ricotta. Guys of Sin always says these wonderful dishes, and like I'm lucky if I can get a spaghetti out. I've never tried caramel cheddar popcorn. Ego Karen, at your times, you were around a lot of punks and homeless people who regularly broke open food bins. What fuels neurotic conversations involve complaining about things that are like, fruit on pizza is mostly an attempt to be pedantic and failing, like somebody trying to come across as trying to show off something that they've learned. Yeah. Ah, okay. Well, hang on, but so does that mean that, like, a cucumber is a fruit then? Or are those things that are in a cucumber not seeds? To be continued. What else is gonna... Yeah, well, like, this is just the thing. Like, I think if you're gonna get, like, pedantic and up in arms about stuff, like, why not do... Like, at the very least, do it about politics, you know? Not that I'm encouraging you to do that, you know? because there are passionate and really engaged political conversations which are on matters of substance, and then there is the I want the red tie, I want the blue tie, just, you know, like arguing about sports teams. There's an election happening in Canada this year, so I'm pretty sure I know who I'm voting for, but I'm not gonna lie, I don't like my options. Like, I know that's fashionable to say. I'm picking the one that I am most inclined to think will get by. But I have very seriously policy disagreements with all the major parties, and it just seems that they are, you know, they're not anywhere close to resolving the issues that I think need to be handled. And this is where this is where we really do ourselves a disservice when we get into the, like, this is my team, this is your team one, because obviously when people think of it that way, and I've worked on political campaigns, so I know this is what they do, you know, when people behave that way, then elections essentially become a matter of, can I actually get the people who are already predisposed to vote for me to go out, and is there something I can do to get the people on the other team to stay home that day? And look, it's no secret I have fairly strong views on pretty much any topic. But I'm not so blindly partisan that I'll say, you know, there's a political party that has all the best ones. But you can just, like, even in Canada, you can just see the quality of you know, political discourse just go down the tubes, because it genuinely does not matter what some of these people say. It's just, you know, I don't think anybody, like, I honestly don't think, like, a great example would be the climate change debate. I genuinely don't think anybody cares about the science. I just think they care about whether or not, you know, their party is for it or against it. And the most insane part, at least in Canada, one of the first politicians to take climate issues seriously was Brian Mulroney, who was a member of a party called the Progressive Conservative Party, which was an earlier version of what is now just the Conservative Party. So it's actually an issue. So, like, the party that's essentially in opposition to, I mean, there's varying degrees, but they largely disagree with the carbon tax, which the federal government is putting in. One that, by the way, like, if you think that carbon taxes are a, like, lol libtard kind of a policy, one of the guys who's a member of what's known as the Pigou Club, Pigou as in Pigovian taxes, is Greg Mankiw, who is economic advisor to George W. Bush and Mitt Romney. I also believe John McCain, like, card-carrying, lifelong Republican, the Harvard economist, like, you know, this guy knows his stuff. And again, that's another fantastic example of, you know, a policy position being independent of individual politics. But again, like, I don't think the average voter is thinking about the science behind it. I think everybody who says, well, you know, I just doubt the science, I just doubt this paper or whatever, nobody sits down and reads these journals. Like, it's just, you know, is my team for it or against it? And like, my answer to it has always been, we should talk more about politics, and we should talk about the real stuff. Like, especially local matters, the stuff that actually affects your day-to-day well-being. Like, here's a simple example. How much money does your library get? In Vancouver, I had a library which actually had multiple studios. If you wanted, you could be a homeless person. You could go into the library, you could sign up for an hour, you could actually record a homeless manifesto in front of a green screen, edit it, and put it on YouTube. And if you wanted, you could run an entire YouTube channel from the library. I think that's great. I also think in Ottawa, we're going to be getting a 3D printer in one of our libraries, which I think will be really interesting. Now, that costs money, taxes need to be raised for that. But, is it Republican or Democrat to be in favor of library funding? At least in Canada, like our municipal politics usually doesn't have, there's usually like a more conservative and a more liberal candidate, but like it's not like the political parties at the municipal level are, formally members of the federal political parties. But like that's, the decisions that get made at the local level are quite literally the ones that you live with day to day. Like it decides whether or not you have a sidewalk to walk on or something like that. And again, nobody really cares about those. Anyways, develops from the flower of a cucumber plant and contains the seeds. Also means that lots of other vegetables are also fruits. Beans, peppers, pumpkins, peas, and of course tomatoes. Interesting. There are some fruit vegetables that just feel like they're in the middle category. Well, this is like trying to come up with a definition of like, are Pop-Tarts ravioli? And one of my coworkers was really insistent about sort of this topological definition as to whether or not like it was like a full covering around or something along those lines. I made more of a platonic case in the idea of there being these perfect forms of which the real world are merely instantiations of them. And then I just started doing more ridiculous things like bread is foam and all of these things, but yeah, like obviously certain like this is one of the things that's kind of fun. It's like once you start getting some definitions, you can sort of like you can really hammer down on some of the ridiculousness. Seems like a lot of hogwash if you ask me, pardon your language. If one party was better than the other, that's where the smart people go. Yeah, that exactly. Like I yearn for a day in which I genuinely feel like I need to vote for the one that's different from the one I'm voting for right now. And unfortunately, unfortunately the case that it is right now is that I'm making a decision on the basis of which one I hate the least. And I would much prefer it if it was sort of the way I think it's supposed to work, which is that, one party with a particular set of ideas is in government for a while, and society has a self-correcting mechanism which says, okay, we've had enough of that for now. We need to go in a slightly different direction and carry on. And in Canada, we had in Alberta a party called the Progressive Conservative Party in Alberta. And I think they were in government for something like 40 years. But what happened was the leader of the party had sort of varying political views. So in this case, the one party was there, and it just happened to be that sort of different factions within it would sort of take over. So in this case, on the label, it's always a conservative government, but like, it's a conservative government that's like raising minimum wages and stuff like that. Which makes sense, right? Like progressive conservative is kind of a contradiction in terms when you think about it, but they were ultimately defeated, by the way. But like, 40 years is a really long time to be in government. And the way that they did that was because it wasn't just this one, like, I always win, we always have the right ideas kind of a view. So, but the thing is that, I will be voting for the same party I voted for last time. And it's not because I necessarily think they have the best ideas. It's just that I think the other ones have actively terrible ideas, whereas this other one I can sort of live with. So, Galva850 says, like a disturbing trend you would notice during the 3 months you spent modding some IRL streams. You talked about it before. You would see these examples of some handful of regular, in fact, making comments throughout streams trying to disperse some kind of unsolicited advice or judgmental comment. Yeah, like I mean, sometimes it's just, people aren't going to understand, social cues or norms or something like that, but it's a pain. Like, it's a real drag. It's like the backseating stuff. Like, I would much prefer to not have to talk about it on stream. And just, because someone just doesn't have anything else going on in their life but pineapple pizza, apparently somebody, some streamers need to hire not hire, but like need to bring on a modding team, to deal with, this subtle judgment of a one of the most clear-cut matters of taste you could imagine. You'd examine these sorts of comments and boil them down to their base elements. It just seems so clear as a low-effort attempt to make someone else feel uncomfortable with the choice that they'd made, which was a surreal experience for you. A lot of someone who's very much against censoring things, but you'd find yourself making arguments to disband people that fit that category. Well, like, this is just it. Like, so I think there is a difference between, like, so, this is probably going to make me seem particularly draconian. But while I have some very strong and probably, if I really sit down and think about it, probably too liberal, as in permissive, views on free speech, I do not extend those to Twitch streams. One of the big divisions that I don't do a very good job of navigating, and I don't always feel bad about navigating, is when I like really rip into someone, or when it's like somebody new and I'm particularly sharp with them when they do like a backseat or something like that. Because either as a mod or as a streamer, I've actually had quite a few times where I try to give someone the benefit of the doubt. I have very rarely been surprised. In fact, I don't think I've ever been surprised for the positive whenever I've done that. Over a certain period of time, it is actually quite clear which people are going to be problems and which ones aren't. And I've tried to lighten up a little bit on it when I can. There are some regulars who backseat me, and I find it very annoying, but I try to do my best to just ignore it. But the thing is that I am very much of the view that there are people who are simply too much trouble to educate. I'm already giving the stream away for free. There is absolutely I am under no obligation to let somebody speak in my channel. Now, if I abuse that right, people might not enjoy watching the stream, and that's my cost. If you guys feel like you're going to get beaten down for speaking out, you may opt not to participate in chat, and I lose for that. And if I seem like somebody with a hair trigger who will ban people from chatting, and chatting is an important thing for you, then I'm gonna, lose the viewer. But the other way, like one of the things that I will ban for, and I will usually ban without warning for, is that I can live with people saying stuff to me. Oh, why don't you play the game? Oh, you're bad at this. Why are you playing this? Like, this is just the, mewing noises of barnyard animals that sometimes come up on Twitch. Obviously not now, like when I'm, smaller like this, I'm fine. But like if I'm playing something that hasn't been released yet, or I get a host from like a bigger streamer or something like that, there's always going to be people who are like that. I'm like, I'm so glad that you feel that this is an environment where you can, share the depths of your ignorance, but I really didn't need to hear your disapproval of it. I am not going to change because some guy doesn't like a slower pace towards games or something like that. Oh yeah. No. Don't. Okay. Nobody worry about the backseating comment. I think maybe the Eyes of Sin knows who I'm talking about, but I will. Believe me, I will let you know. I do not like harboring personal grudges. I have said it. I've actually been quite open to the person saying, what constitutes a backseat and why I am frustrated by it, and it just does not seem to have worked. So yeah, please no, please do not in the interest of harmony, I'm obviously not gonna leap out and say it's this person, be rude to them. But I'm also I have no interest in creating a sense of paranoia. If you're sitting there wondering, oh my God, is it me? Relax. It's, the people who need to know, and the people who don't need to know are, we are all good. Don't worry. Let me just catch up quickly. Is it was one of the only times you got cussed out and called an SJW white knight scumbag. Yeah, well, it's just that there's very unsurprised. If you have a bad feeling about somebody, when I'm nasty to someone about the backseating, their reply is usually exactly what I would expect. And sure, I mean, I've just been nasty to them. I'm not exactly going to expect a rosy response or something like that, but even for the ones where I just let it slide, it's usually within 2 or 3 messages they say something that I wouldn't, anyways. But yeah, the one thing that I will absolutely drop a no warning ban on is if somebody is being rude or, overtly confrontational with somebody inside of,
kinetic barrier strength beyond conventional weapon capability.
Somebody in chat, because it's it's one thing for me to sit with that. It takes a lot to make me cry, and I've got the bully pulpit. What do I think some guy in my chat is going to put me in my place? I get to talk through my microphone. The worst they can do is write words on chat. But again, that's the big thing, is that people's enjoyment is affected by what gets said inside of the channel. And so if somebody's being, unnecessarily hostile to another side, again, within reason, if it feels like things are getting a little heated and it would be better if people took the temperature down, it's nice not to have to, send out the bans. But if, 2 people start fighting inside the chat, and there's a clear aggressor, you don't get to chat for a little while, and your high stances on the ability, my view is the freedom of speech is not for the benefit of me projecting my opinions out to the world. It's for me to hear from somebody else that I'm a bit of an idiot and maybe I should reconsider my position. So yeah, this is just it. And for certain types of streamers, IRL, I know is a cesspool. Depending on, who you're moderating for, you can have some really unruly chats. You can have some people who just genuinely go from channel to channel looking for a certain type of streamer and want to cause trouble. And, it might come in the form of concern trolling. There's, lots of different little tricks. And for some reason, people think that you can litigate the rules of a channel. But the thing is that you are a guest. If you come into a party and you pee in one of the plants, you cannot then turn around and say, but I was invited to the party. You opened the house to all these other guests. Why am I being singled out? It's like, it's because you peed in one of the plants in front of everyone. You know, we're not under any obligation to entertain you here. You may go. But they say a regular. It's okay. Yeah, it's. I probably shouldn't have said it right. It okay. It is someone who has been here more than once, and I am like, I mentioned them because it's clear that they should know the score and they don't. Like, it's not, if I were to reduce it down to regulars, there's like probably 5 people who it's like, who that could possibly be. So I probably did not use the appropriate terminology. Please do not worry about that. I'm now feeling like I'm feeling very self-conscious about the backseating thing that I said. Please, so here's the thing. If you're worried about it, that's kind of the signal you don't need to worry about it. But anyways. Okay. Lots of exciting stuff happening in chat, but I'm actually going to play the game that I promised I was going to. God, this is a fun vehicle. Sorry for the sudden disappearance. You heard most of the conversation. From Chalk's perspective, had to rush to the restroom. You made an error in judgment with your lactose intolerance on the feast. Oh, please give us a play-by-play, Eyes of Sin.
Barrier strength reduced.
You have no regrets. The old pass. Yeah, well, that's probably why you were in the bathroom, eh? Sorry. This music's perfect for this too. System Chalk presents a live broadcast from the Eyes of Sin's restroom. Oh God! Please deliver the demons from my bowels! Oh God, it's coming again! It's coming! No! Ah! Happy birthday, Sin.
How would you be able to tell the casual nothing?
wasn't quite as elegant as I was hoping it would be. Alright.
Kinetic barrier strength reduced.
Where were we? That was a worse gift, Chuck. Yes, how could I have forgotten Eyes of Sin? Obviously, I was telling lies for comedic effect. I'm actually having a really good time with the Hammerhead. I know I said that before. I don't believe I would have had access to the Hammerhead if not for my EA Premier subscription. Or, well, actually this is a base subscription, so... a mere $5.
Barrier strength reduced. Kinetic barrier deactivated. Path is clear.
Sin's really committing to this. Oh, you know what? This is probably like the last mission, but okay, we'll see if I go back to the Hammerhead. If not, then I'm going to talk about the missed opportunity. Datapad? Datapad. The site is spectacular. Time, however, has proven to be the real enemy. Even with those Blue Suns thugs hired to protect the dig site, we barely managed to erect the shield before the Geth arrived. How can they know our movements almost before we do? Am I beaming my thoughts directly to them? I must find out how they're doing this. I shall ask Dr. Oloy for whatever help he can provide.
Dr. Aloy must have been indoctrinated by the Reapers. I found him sending our data to a Geth ship. I won't be responsible for another Geth attack. Another Eden Prime. I've silenced Aloy. Forever.
I'll take it.
It's too late for me. They're still in my head, stealing my thoughts. I can't keep them out. I've got no choice but to destroy this relic. And myself.
Dr. Case would never understand the deal I made with the Collectors. He's obsessed with these Protheans. He would sacrifice everything to learn their secrets. It nearly cost me my life, but I did it for you, Helen, to ensure you remained safe. The damn Collectors agreed to spare your colony in exchange for this Prothean find. I can only hope that you remained innocent of any of this ugly business. It was all for you. Dr. Robert Oloy. Oh, damn it! Okay, well, whatever that cutscene was, we won't get to see it. Mission summary: Dr. Case, research station found Prothean artifact recovered. Experience gained, biotic damage, credits, element 0. Let me just take a quick second here. I'll see if I can find a YouTube video of the. This comes to us courtesy of Malo Video Games, malo.com/me2fwt. I have no idea what that takes us to, but we are taking advantage of this broadcast to see the cutscene. Oh, he's playing on console. Bleh, bleh. Thanks, Ego Karen. Have a wonderful evening. Okay, that was actually kind of neat to watch. I'm glad we did that. Thank you to Malo. I'm sorry I could not ask for permission, but for those of you who want to see it, Malo Video Games on YouTube. Apparently free apps. Lots of advertising here. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? Let me know if you had a problem with that, and I'll take the video down, or at least cut out that bit. No problem, Captain Shield. I mean, obviously, I hope the Friday game is still worth it for you to watch. But you know, people have lives. I'm obviously going later than what I normally do. But as I say, I never take attendance on this stuff. I always appreciate having people who show up regularly or semi-regularly, and it's just. You know, it's nice to have familiar faces, but I also recognize, like, the fact of the matter, I pretty much weekly, if not daily, reflect on the amount of time that I spend on Twitch, specifically broadcasting on Twitch, not even like watching Twitch, because I actually don't watch that much Twitch. I've been getting really into riff tracks lately, but that's, you know, it's a little different. And, like, I will admit, even though this is open, so there's been some really interesting things that have opened up for me as part of the blogging and also the Twitch and things like that. Like, the year before last was when I really started engaging with games in a way that I did, like with Cultist Simulator, and I hope, you know, Weather Factory feels the same, but I have very much enjoyed interacting with Alexis and Lottie because of Cultist Simulator. I, you know, at the risk of sounding kind of sad, like I admire them as people. It has been very rewarding to be able to talk to them outside of the context of a stream. And it has been a level of engagement with the game. While obviously that is sort of the primary means through which I interact with them. Like, they are people who I've come to sort of admire and, you know, want to see the best for. And that's clearly a very different way that I thought about games. And clearly it's something that I wouldn't have an opportunity for. And obviously from that, it's led me to engage in a new way with other games. So obviously I feel good that James Patton, who made Spin Mortality, got the game made, because that's not a guaranteed thing. Just because you have a successful Kickstarter, just because you know, you put more time into the game, it doesn't mean that the thing's going to finish. And so I get to sort of feel, I had nothing to do with it other than contributing my own little bit to the Kickstarter, but you know, I get to feel happy for these people. And I know I wouldn't be experiencing games that way if I, you know, if I wasn't doing the streaming. So it has gotten me in touch with interesting people who I haven't, you know, I normally wouldn't have access to. It's given me a new experience, but it's come at the cost of a lot of personal time that I would normally want to spend, you know, getting a little bit better at my empirical work. So I've got this is, if you guys are ever curious about some of the stuff that I do, I wouldn't recommend like getting this book on your own, but if you're out of university, There's this book by John Stashersky called A Primer in Econometric Theory. And it's sort of this thing that takes you from, sort of an advanced undergrad level to, I think, a good sort of first year graduate. It's definitely pretty, like, the first 7 chapters are essentially fundamentals. Like, there really is not any kinds of statistic. I mean, I think probability comes up in like halfway through chapter 4 or something like that, but lots of stuff on, linear algebra, on vector spaces, things like that. And it's on page 300 that they actually get to econometric models, like when you start doing regressions and things like that. It's a book that I want to spend some time with because it will make me a better researcher, and it will make me really understand very clearly, not just, it's all well and good for me to kind of give you this, this tour of economics, and I can kind of talk about trade-offs and give you a little bit of a song and dance in terms of copyright and things like that. But the deal is that if I'm going to turn around and like do a seminar on patents in Canada and like maybe try and answer a question like, should they be longer or shorter, or do we patent more or less than the Americans, and is it desirable that we are doing more or the same or less than than our US counterparts. I can't just do the hand wave. I can't just say, hey, I got a really good feeling about this. They're going to want to see some data. They're going to want to see an identification strategy, and I better be able to explain why my approach is sound. Now, somebody can sort of say, well, you should only be thinking about that stuff while you're getting paid for it. And I actually agree. I don't like working for free. But I do find these interesting topics on their own. And one thing that I've given up in streaming is I know I'm spending a lot less time reading stuff like that, which means that in a certain extent, I am not experiencing the same kind of personal growth that I would because I'm spending that time streaming. On the other hand, I think there is something to be said for engaging with you folks. It's it's fun to do, and it's enriching. And I think especially because even though I've been in Ottawa a couple of years now, like my social roots really are still in Vancouver, and I think it's particularly good in a city like Ottawa, which is really spread out, and especially when it's cold, I'm not inclined to go walking around as much as I normally do. Being able to have, even if it's a presenter and an audience situation, I definitely feel like there's something to be said for being able to engage with people. It's not that I don't get anything out of it, but I will say, like, I do feel quite conscious about the amount of time that Twitch takes for me. And I think that's true of Twitch audiences as much as Twitch streamers. For Twitch streamer, it's sometimes hard to turn off because obviously you want to be regular in your broadcasts. You want to give people something to come back to. And if you start streaming and you don't feel it after 15 minutes, you are absolutely able to turn off, and you should if you don't feel up to it. But clearly starting the stream, going 15 minutes, turning it off, resting for half an hour, then turning it on again, and then turning it off maybe 20 minutes that time, that is going to wear thin on an audience. And so usually when you hit that start streaming button, you're making a commitment for a certain period of time. So, it's not necessarily in my interests to say, if you need to take some time away, whether that's for work or whether that's just you want to do something else, like go outside or get up and stretch or whatever it is. I think it's an important thing to do. Because there's more to life than video games. There's more to life than talking over video games. And I know for my own part, and this is something that I'm really hoping to start showing you guys, if not in the first quarter of 2019, definitely by the end of the year. I've had a few things I've been working on for a while that get to show you some of the other things that I read and think about. And it has nothing to do with economics, nothing to do with some of the things you'd traditionally associate me with. But it's kind of a chance to combine some of my private interests with some streaming ideas. And it's why I've never been afraid to say, hey guys, I need to take a day out. Like I missed Elder Scrolls, and it's because I was just spending too much time on Twitch stuff, and I knew I needed to step away. So I think it's, you know, it's good for audiences to do as well as streamers. And I like to think that, you know, even though it might mean that a concurrent, you know, number goes down for a while. I mean, I'm not that big anyway, so it's not like I have a reputation to preserve or something like that. But I kind of like to think that the reward for that is you have an audience that knows, you know, you care about their well-being, and that rather than getting someone until the point that they become burned out with you, somebody takes a break and then they remember, it's been a while since I've watched System Jock's channel. I think I'll go watch it again. And I hope that means there's a better longer term relationship. But there's definitely people, I mean, it's not that many people from around from when I first started streaming. There are some, and I'm actually really happy every time I see those names. But, you know, things don't last forever. So even if the person doesn't ever come back, like I never want people to feel like they're, you know, there's attendance being taken, or that, you know, they have to be there. You know, frankly, even if the idea is like, I just don't like it when you play this game, like that's a fantastic reason not to watch a stream. Like I don't want somebody sitting there like, I really wish you'd stop playing Cultist Simulator, it sucks. Like, there's lots of options. So that's a really long way of saying, you know, it's totally fine if you're only able to make it Fridays. That would be fine if you had to do something else. I just hope that if you have to do something else instead of watching me stream, it's something you enjoy more. I would just feel really bad if somebody wasn't able to watch because it was something they didn't want to do. So anyway. All right.
Commander, you've received a new message.
I might actually wrap up because it's the 4-hour mark and I'm feeling a little tired. I know we didn't do story missions. I was originally planning on pushing through to the end, but I had a good time with this. I just don't know if I can push any further. The burst of energy that coincided with your retrieval of the Prothean artifact contained coded information. Most of the data was beyond our ability to track, but the threads that we were able to decrypt have provided new avenues for research on energy transfer and biotics. It will keep the scientists busy for years to come. The data indicates that the artifact is currently inert and not dangerous. We wonder, however, if Dr. Case had more time, would he have unlocked its secrets? We will continue his research. A landmark find for humanity. Good work, Shepard. Who plays Mass Effect for the story anyway? Exactly. If I wanted story, I'd play the Anthem demo. Okay, no promises. I don't think I'm going to be able to do the IFF. I'll at least go to the system. Oh, what am I doing? I don't think I'll do any codex. Excuse me. I don't think I'll do any codex entries tonight. Oh, wait, there's another Firewalker mission. How many planets? 2. I think I can mine these, but I think this is nah, you know what? I'll try and make it to the Firewalker mission. I don't think we're gonna get the IFF signal though, because that seems like a great way to start the next one. Oh yeah.
Probe away.
So last week, so the mistake that I made last week was that the Global Game Jam actually started, I believe, at like 5 or 7 o'clock on Friday. So while I was playing Anthem with Johnny Big Time, the global game jam was starting. I arrived about 24 hours too late to that party. So one of the things that I'm doing this weekend is I'm doing my makeup session. So it's like I think I had like 11 hours that I should have been doing game development but didn't. One of the things that I did during it, because this was like my opportunity to learn Unity and just generally, you know, do this stuff. I kept a little journal just to, you know, keep track of things that didn't work the way that I wanted them to, or some cases where I was struggling with learning a concept, or you know, for, you know, just the things that I thought were worth noting at the time. So my commitment is that I have every intention of completing the game within the amount of time. The UI is a big problem. It's going to be very hard to learn, but I've actually found that a lot of the sort of building systems part was a lot easier than I thought it would be. And there's two things that I'm going to release. Oh, that's cool. How did you do the theme, Casual Nothing? I'm curious what your choices were. But yeah, so what I'm going to do is I probably won't make it a blog. What I will probably do is I will release it as an open Google, well, like a read-only, but open Google Docs document. And I will make the game available. But please keep in mind that this is a first ever effort in Unity, and I have no artistic ability whatsoever. So the game will not really be that fun to play. And in addition to not being very fun to play, it will effectively be a tic-tac floating around on the screen, interacting with spheres. But something tells me that even something as primitive as that will be of interest to a small but dedicated group. And I figured I could probably manage the absolute maiming of my ego enough to let the interested see it. And I mean, more importantly too, like, the fact of the matter is, it's never nice to hear this thing that you put effort in is just not working for me. But I'm not gonna get better if I don't get feedback. Like, I don't like to hide behind stuff like it's my very first attempt. It's like, if I'm sharing it, it's because I am making some assumption that it will be worth a minimum amount of your time. And if I'm not able on delivering that, I need to get to that point that it's worth your time. And getting feedback is one of the ways that happens. So it's not my favorite part of the process. I actually kind of prefer seminars, because if some people like throw stuff at you and it's like, it's clear they're showing off, like, this probably just makes me a bad presenter, but like, I kind of feel like I'm quick enough on my feet that I can call them out on it. And I do sometimes like the somewhat combative nature of at least economic seminars. Yeah, this makes me sound like a jackass. Yeah, that sort of thing. Like, I guess the way that I think about it is this. Like, if I've been researching something, if I've been living with this for like weeks or months, and some guy who like looks at the finished results can glance at this, at the screen and say, "Oh yeah, this is your problem right here," then I have not been thinking very hard. Doesn't mean that you don't it doesn't mean you don't listen to other people's feedback and things like that. That's the reason you do seminars. But like, I don't go into those things. Like, so as a participant, as a discussant, I don't walk into a seminar thinking that I'm going to find that like one line that completely unravels the guy's argument. And walking into a seminar room, I feel reasonably confident that because I've spent enough time with my subject, that while I will need to get feedback and I will need to get other perspectives on the work that I've done, I don't really get the feeling that some, participant in the back is going to say, I don't like your instruments. And it's like, oh, gee, my paper's devastated. Like, you really put me in my place. It's just like, that's it's a good motivator to make sure you're doing your work. But, the only time I've really felt that stuff falls apart, like when you're in a seminar and it's like, this is really bad, it's usually very quiet. And it's because the people in the room have disengaged. It's like, this person is just so lost that we can't even begin to tell them, like, where they've gone wrong. It's actually why I really try to get questions, because I live in perpetual fear that people think that way about me. Where the hell was I going with all that? Oh yeah. So, but the thing is that part aside, like if somebody really does try to like trip you up or like rip into you or something like that, if you're quick, you can like bat that right back at them, and it's like, yeah. So it's kind of fun to have some of the cut and thrust of those kinds of engagements. Or, sometimes you get really nice people who have really insightful comments, and that helps too. But I don't know, there's just something about creative work where, you put a lot of effort into something and then it wasn't perfect. So, when you hear from someone, it's like, yeah, this didn't really work for me. It's like, I know, I'm sorry, my baby failed. I'm a terrible human being. I wasted your time. It's the worst thing that I can waste. I will never make another game again. This is terrible. But yeah, like obviously the fact that I think that way about some feedback, or at least deep down, that's kind of the monologue that's going on. It's very clear I need to hear more feedback. Like I need to be able to listen to people's experiences of things that I have made, and to learn how to discern between, what they are saying to me and what they're telling me. And I kind of know how to do that, but the fact of the matter is a lot of my, even photography, right? Like, probably 90% of the stuff I shoot, I don't show to people. I get rid of it. I only show the best stuff. And, I think that's good because, it shows that I'm sort of conscious in terms of what, the quality of what I put out. But I also know I'm really harsh on a lot of my creative output. And so I think that probably means that because I have, I've only presented this subset, and I've probably been a little bit too early to censor. I also think I've probably missed out on some other really good opportunities. So, anyways, Casual Nothing says the game that you made is visual text-based adventure where your character is crippling anxiety and ventures out further and further from their home each day to try and find purpose and peace. At the end of each day, you can return home to regain your composure that you lost with interacting with the world. Neat. Sounds a pretty creative, interesting. Yes, it is. Yeah, well, Casual Nothing, I mean, if any of you guys, I'm assuming some of you are interested in trying that out. So, Casual Nothing, please don't stand on ceremony. Feel like you can share that in the chat. And if you, if any of you do want to check out their game, feel free to do so.
Launching probe.
Well, I try to be Captain Shield. I mean, it's hard, right? Like,
Probe launched.
I some of the stuff that I've written, like in econ, like sometimes when I write econ stuff, and especially in my department where I sometimes feel like I am being underutilized, there are some people who I know are very long on opinion and short on data to back it up. And I will get comments on drafts, and they're always this, like, they're just these superficial, like, put this paragraph here, put this paragraph here. And, like, I just look at them and it's like, if you put it there, then it doesn't build to this point over here, and it doesn't make any sense to someone who isn't already familiar with the subject. And it's just kind of like this one of these ones where it's like, why do I need to listen to this? Like, you know, this is not about making the paper better. This is about, like, reminding me of my place. So that, like, is not a great way to respond to feedback. And I know that, like, deep down I know that. But it's a tricky one to navigate sometimes. It's, you know, the writing stuff is obviously a little bit closer to the creative side, because, like, even if it's an econ paper, like, I do find I have, you know, the same effort that I put into, like, writing a screenplay or, you know, shooting a scene or taking a photograph or that. I feel the same impulses that I do when producing a paper. That I do when I do those more quote-unquote traditional creative things. So, like, you know, obviously the fact that I am quote-unquote not receptive to feedback in the sense where it's like, you know, I'm slightly annoyed that a person like this, you know, sort of feels like they can just tell me, it's like, oh yeah, you just need to put that paragraph there, and I'm like, without any consideration as to why the existing choice is the way that it is. I don't think I'm particularly receptive to feedback in that way, and it might mean that I'm cutting myself off from good ideas because apparently I'm just really married to where I put my paragraphs. Or it could just be the personality thing, right? That I think this, I think this individual is too focused on sort of the mystique of being an economist, rather than, like, worrying about the actual day-to-day work of being an economist. So it could be a personality thing rather than a feedback thing. But one way or the other, I am trying to make sure that I do not get so, you know, so locked into a certain way of reacting. Like again, it just comes down to the fact that, you know, I am not one of these people who could grab a book on game design, go away for like a few years, and come out with a Mass Effect. I could come out with a very not fun game after that after that time. So if I want to get better at this stuff, it means that I need to confront people who will not necessarily have my feelings or my my sense of ownership in mind when giving honest feedback about the game. Like, it's not, I'm not actively looking for people who are going to just be jerks about it, obviously, but, you know, showing it to someone who's not, like, your parents, for instance, because your parents are going to love anything that you do. You know, there's just something about that, right? Like, I don't think I'll ever make a game that you can, like, buy on Steam. I mean, never is a tough thing to say, right? You never know what's going to happen. Like, but I don't think I have the talent, the drive, or the inclination to make, like, a product that somebody will buy. but allowing for the possibility that in a world of infinite possibilities, I may one day do such a thing. I think this is very good training to not being the developer who responds passive-aggressively to every comment that gets made. That's maybe the other way of looking at it. No, yeah, casual nothing. So this is actually a worse thing coming out. I think it's awesome that you're doing game design. It really enhances the playing of video games as well as being a fulfilling, constructive experience. Yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying. I mean, I like programming, and I have wanted to at least play. Like, I enjoy the process of making computers do things that I want them to do, and it's sort of interesting to be able to see how these things get structured. So, again, my ambitions are probably very minor, but it's a neat little experience for sure. But yeah, on the self-promotion thing, so like, it's hard. Like on Twitch, it's like kind of the
Launching probe.
it's the so the unspoken like massive sin that you can do, right? It's self-promotion in somebody else's channel. Again, it comes back to the stuff that we were talking about earlier, like for potential problem chatters. By the way, guys, I think I'm gonna go back to the fueling station, but I'm definitely running out of steam, so I think I'm just gonna have to accept that we'll do a little bit of mining before I move into the end game next time. I'll at least set myself up in a remote location. But yeah, like, no self-promotion should mean, you know, your first words in the channel should not be, and like there are people like this, your first words in the channel should not be, oh hey, I see you're streaming Mass Effect. I sure love streaming Mass Effect on my own channel. I think I might stream Mass Effect on my own channel in a few minutes. Sure would be nice if some people would come and support a small streamer. Like, this is the point where you wonder if the person is here for any reason other than to try and get somebody to watch their channel. And for those ones, I don't mind saying, it's like, you know, look, like, I don't get too pissy about it because that's a pretty inept effort. Like, if people are doing that, I don't know anybody who would actually follow a channel on that. Then you got people who like have a friend who's streaming, they're coming in is like, yeah, you should watch this channel over here. It's like, no, like at least introduce yourself first. But on the other hand, I definitely think that there's a tendency for streamers to just go completely overboard on this. Like, you know, let's just take, you know, the exchange with Casual Nothing as a perfect example. Like, you know, yeah, I tried the Global Game Jam. I was an idiot and completely forgot that it started on Friday, not Saturday. What a moron. One of the things I want to do on the weekend is finish this thing that I started doing. It was my first experience of doing a game. Casual Nothing says, oh, that's so interesting. I, a member of the Globe, also experienced the Global Game Jam. So if I turn around and I take this experience, which is supposed to be about the world coming together and producing games around a theme and interacting with people and sharing that experience, if I turn around and say, how dare you, you know, you can't talk about this in my channel, this is all about me. What the hell am I doing at the Global Game Jam then? Like, it's entirely about sharing. You know, and even if people go and stop watching the channel and just wind up playing Casual Nothing's game instead, like, that's on me. I need to be entertaining enough that people want to keep hanging out. The reality is people will probably play the game, they'll keep this channel on in the background, and it's a win-win. So that sort of stuff I'm not bothered by at all. And I mean, honestly, if you've been in the channel for a little while, I try to be as generous as I can in terms of the shout outs and the letting people know about who you are. So yeah, like whether or not it's the the backseating stuff I talked about, or whether or not it's self promotion or that, I hope I don't come off as like really stern and unreasonable on this sort of stuff. I am bothered by backseating a lot, but like I just think judgment definitely counts for something. Like honestly, sometimes it's just a matter of like saying things for yourself. Like if you made a game that you really are proud of, like it's completely fine to say that. Like I think, and this goes for anyone obviously, like you're all people. I'm a person with my own sort of ambitions and interests outside of streaming, and life involves making new things, and I think it's dumb if I create an environment where you folks feel like you have to close off a part of yourself because System Chalk might get mad. He doesn't like it when there's competition. Like again, I just think there's a difference between coming into a channel with the express purpose of building your brand and coming in and saying is like, hi, I've got a life outside of this stream and I made something I'm proud of and I'd like to share it with you. I actually like it when people do stuff like that. It's why I like talking about the Eyes of Sin so much, because it's not just that she made the emotes for me. I actually really like it when she draws stuff. She's been nice enough to sort of share on Snapchat a couple of times when she just sits down and does some casual drawings, and she has this wonderful octopus casting a spell, or she's got her little gecko friend. Like there's characters that are recurring that I really enjoy, and they bring me a lot of happiness to see her do that sort of stuff. So if you've ever sort of felt like you can't share something that you're proud of, or if you're sort of wondering if you're towing the line on acceptability, like I sort of want to say it's like some of this is just about being honest with yourself. Like are you doing this just so that you can raise your own profile? But like that can be said about anything. Like I stream so I can raise my profile. I write blogs so I can raise my profile. I will not keep these things a secret because I want more people to read the blog, systemchalk.ca, by the way, and I want people to watch my stuff. So it's not even a matter of like, it could just be purely that you want more people to see this, because that's why we make creative works. I think the only thing would be like if you are coming in and it's, well, System Chalk's got a few people watching him, so I can siphon that off for my own effort. Maybe that wouldn't be a good time to bring it up. If, on the other hand, it's a flow of conversation, or it's a thing that you recently did and you're proud of, or maybe it's something you did a really long time ago and you don't feel it got the respect or the attention that it deserved. It's maybe even it's just a little bit like a bank, right? Like if you're pleasant to hang around and chat and we get to know you, we are much more interested in terms of the things that you're up to. And if we don't know who you are, and you come in with, oh hey, I've got this other thing that you can be doing, it doesn't give us a lot of reason to look at it. And I ultimately only want that to be sort of the determining factor as to whether or not it's sort of frowned on or not. Like, I think being in chat and being pleasant to chat to, and somebody that we have engaged with and we want to know better, that's a great reason to be sharing things, because that's a chance for us to learn a little bit more about who you are outside of the confines of the chat box. But if there isn't a person to get to know, You know, if you're just a, you know, if you're just a marketing scheme, it's not just that it creates a disruption in a channel, it's that ultimately we won't be able to engage with the work the way that I think a creator would want to be. Like if I'm just known as this guy who goes into big stream, you know, if I go into LG's channel and say, hey, I'm playing Mass Effect 2, guys, you can ignore Wargroove. You know, that's disrupting people's fun, and nobody's gonna, you know, if anybody comes to watch Mass Effect, it's gonna be because they're annoyed with me and want to express that. But I know the Eyes of Sin has also been really good at sort of talking me up in terms of whatever benefits she sees in my own case. And you know, I sort of trust her as a moderator to be able to bring that up in a context where people will be more receptive to it. So, anyways, that was a big, long monologue. I really just wanted to try and find a way of, like, you know, if I'm gonna spend the whole thing talking and like exploring planets and things like that, you know, I figured we might as well at least close out on a thoughtful or hopeful note. So let me just catch up with the rest of what was being said in chat. So Captain Shield says, that's fair. You personally try to be open to feedback because you want people's honest opinion, and if they have any way they think you can improve, you'd like to hear it. However, you know, you can be very touchy of criticism of something that you put everything into. You don't want to because of the above reasons, which is why you like feedback, but you know you are. Yeah, I think that's true for everyone. But thank you for saying that I have a reasonable and likable demeanor. It is an act that I work hard to pull off 3 times a week when I can. But I am quite tired, and we are at the 4-hour, 45-minute mark, so it's pretty clear that I decided the fire, you know, the fire, the Hammerhead missions were my higher priority. I don't actually feel too bad about that, to be honest. I had fun doing it. I hope you guys found the more relaxed pace and chat to be a worthy use of your time. If not, you know, if you were expecting us to get the IFF, sorry. But obviously we don't have much else to do for next stream. And I hope you all have a lovely evening. I think tonight we will host W. Shand. I don't know what Pray to the Gods is, but that's what he's playing. And I can't remember the last time I hosted him, but there's a couple of other good streamers online. I might watch a little more Rift Tracks, because I have really been enjoying it. And Kilgore Trout is playing The Witness, which I would like to play eventually myself, and I know it's a puzzle game, so I am not paying any attention to that playthrough. Please give him my best if you do decide to pay him a visit. But tonight it will be W. Shand. Let me say again, a very heartfelt and a very happy birthday to the Eyes of Sin. I want to say that because the Eyes of Sin has definitely taken on a very special role in this channel in terms of giving a lot of herself, in terms of, you know, the emotes, being around whenever I'm not feeling like I had a good cast. She's usually there with a kind word and some encouragement. And I don't do a good job of promoting my own channel, but I know she's really gone to bat for me. So on top of all of these things, she does not take a bow for herself. She says that her birthday is usually a very low-key event. So I am, of course, completely violating that trust and making it a big thing. But the Eyes of Sin is one of these people who quietly in the background makes everyone's life better. She makes the streams that she's in better. She makes the the atmosphere better. She's very engaging with people. She creates these wonderful, amusing or beautiful or thoughtful creations, some of which we get to see, some of which are limited to my Snapchats. And so, at least once a year I get a chance to mark the occasion, and it is technically half an hour past the time that she would be marking it herself, but wanted to take a minute and say thank you for hanging out with us on your birthday, and I hope it was diverting enough to be worthy of your attention. Alright, with that mushy stuff out of the way, see you in W. Shan's channel. I hope you have a lovely evening. If I get a chance to do something on the weekend like Spinortality, I will. If I don't, I will see you Monday with more Paradox Grand Strategy games, and we'll hopefully get closer to the end of Mass Effect 2 on next week. We'll figure it out when we get there. Have a good night, folks. Thanks a lot.